1, 2. Morning, everyone. My name is Buntu Nyaga. I will be the program director for the day. There would be a number of facilitators that will facilitate a number of segments within the program. Today, we look and we move towards youth activism. We'll start with Mr. Mzileni, I'll call him up shortly. And then we'll move on to after the question and answers. Then Mr. Mzileni will take over the panel discussion that looks at establishing ecosystems for youth entrepreneurship and employability. And then we'll then move on to the politics and artificial intelligence. How do we use the two to propagate active citizenship, which will be done by Mr. Prince Marshall. And then we'll have a facilitation conducted by Dr. Kolani with Mr. Twala on reflection on Afrocentricity as a pathway to decolonize globalization, lessons of youth. And then after that, then we will have closing remarks from Mr. China. And then we'll be concluding the day. We're requesting that as of yesterday and today, we please engage and have robust engagements. I don't want to waste time. I'm going to call upon, I call him Speaker because he was a Speaker of Parliament back in our time, and I was his Deputy Speaker. Now he's a doctor now. Seemingly, I'm always, Dr. Pedro Zululand is a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology at the University of Zululand in South Africa, whose research is focused on global higher education studies, international history, and decolonial thought. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Pedro Mzileni.
Thank you so much, Buntu Mnyaga, my brother, Deputy Speaker. It's nice to reconcile once again. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. I'm not sure if my presentation can be punched and be visible on the screen. Those who could help us with technology, please. Yes. Now, if you look at the program, there's quite a convoluted topic there, but it has keywords. Youth, activism, human development, and the political economy. Can you see those keywords on that topic on the program? Now, I want to talk about those keywords using Biko's philosophy. Because from Biko's philosophy, you'll actually establish that there isn't a Chinese wall between the past, the present, and the future. This is actually one force. And if you are a young person in this room, you will actually see the connections between the works that Biko did and you today as a student, and also then what then needs to be done, right? So I just want to ask the room, especially students, from that picture you see there, who are those three people? Do we have a roaming mic? Wrong answers only. Who are those three people? I have a banknote in my pocket. So whoever gives the wrong answer to those three will get the banknote. Yeah.
Wrong answers only.
Yes.
Mandela, Zuma, no Ramaphosa.
Anyone else wants to try?
Yeah, I think it's Steve Biko and his wife and the child.
Steve Biko and his wife and his child. Who is the name of the wife and the child?
I don't know about the surname of the wife, but the wife is Ntsiki and
Yes.
Hlumelo, I think.
And the child?
The child is Hlumelo.
All right. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. I like this picture because it humanizes Biko. That the Steve Biko we're talking about came from a family, right? He had a mother, Alice Biko. He had a wife, Ntseki Biko, and he had children. So when we lost him, actually the greatest loss was also to his family and also his children. So thank you at least for knowing the person and the picture that is provided. So as black people, we are human beings. We come from families, from communities. We are interconnected to them. It's what makes us fully human. Just want to check. Students, do you have your notebooks? Show me your notebooks. I'm a lecturer again. I don't teach students who don't have notebooks. Okay. So I want to take notes, and then afterwards, I want you to ask me questions and make comments, especially comments where you differ with me. I want to hear them the most. Are you with me? Right. Lastly, when I say right, you also say right. Right? Beautiful. Now I know we're together. The first thing I want you to know is that Bantu Steve Biko was a philosopher. Full stop. Right? Not a political activist, not a political advocate, not a politician. No. Biko was a philosopher. Right? He was a philosopher because he produced philosophy and ideas out of the existential reality of his people. Right? Why is it important to highlight Biko as a philosopher? It is important because every time we talk about black intellectuals, we tend to focus on their biographies, not their ideas. Whereas when we talk about white European writers, we hardly talk about their biographies. We always focus on their ideas. So, let me make an example. When people talk to you about Nelson Mandela, what are the top 5 things you know about Mandela? 1, he was born in Qunu, right? 2, he was arrested in Robben Island. 3, he was once married to Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and then they divorced. 4, he became president. 5, he died. Can you see all these things I've mentioned about Mandela are the most popular things you know about him, isn't it? And all these things I've mentioned about him, they have everything to do about his biography and nothing to do about his ideas, right? Now let me ask you the same questions now, but about a European writer. Where was Karl Marx born? Who was his wife? Where was Karl Marx arrested at? Who were the girlfriends or the boyfriends of Karl Marx? Where did Karl Marx die? You don't know those things, right? Because when it's now time to talk about Karl Marx, we only focus on his ideas, right? So what you know about Karl Marx is the Marxism and the class struggle that he theorized, not his biography, right? But to black thinkers in Africa, all you know about them is their biographies and not their ideas. So we're going to turn the script now and focus on Biko only on his ideas. And from now on, as a student, as a black student, as a black young person, I want you from now on, when you invest time to study black women and black men who have played a significant role in the political revolution of Africa, please focus now on their ideas. And you're going to get a lot of qualitative depth on what they have offered. So that the next time someone stands in front of you and says, Africans have not produced knowledge, Africa is stuck in one place, Africa is not thinking, you can be able to dismiss them immediately. Because now you have studied the ideas and the philosophies of African thinkers. Are you with me? So Biko is what? A philosopher. Born in 1946, he studied medicine at the University of Natal until he was excluded in 1972. Purely for academic reasons, because he was busy philosophizing the liberation of his people. He studied thereafter law in UNISA until his death in 1977 at the age of 30. So Biko lived his life just like you as a student. He was at your age, doing exactly what you are doing. He was exactly like you. So Biko is your peer. Biko emerges in the political landscape of South Africa from the 1967 NUSAS conference that was hosted at Rhodes University in July. So, for some of you who are not aware, Rhodes University is named after Cecil John Rhodes. It is in a small town called Grahamstown, right? Cecil John Rhodes was an imperialist, a thief, a rapist, an enslaver of black people. a moron of note. And today he still has a university named on the land where he enslaved our ancestors on. Right? When Biko attended the NUSAS conference in 1967 with a delegation of black students from the University of Natal, when they arrived at a conference which looked like this, the NUSAS executive told them that white students in the conference will sleep on campus and black students will go sleep off campus in the township. And Biko protested against that decision with his delegation of black students. So Rhodes University can never claim today to be an inclusive or a decolonial university. It's impossible. Stellenbosch, UCT, all these institutions, they were not framed with black people in them. Instead, they are exclusionary universities with no space for black people. After that protest, Biko and his comrades then formed SASO the following year in 1968. SASO is a South African students' organization. In 1969, he was elected president of SASO, and then the following year, 1970, he was then elected as the head of SASO publications. All of this happened between the ages of 21 and 24. His book, which is the book you see right there, titled I Write What I Like, is a collection of essays he wrote in the SASO newsletter under the pseudonym Frank Talk. And in those essays, that is where he theorized the black consciousness philosophy. Now, Biko, now this is a conversation. It's a pity that the second attachment does not show, but that second attachment is a paper I wrote in 2020 analyzing the whereabouts of I Write What I Like as a book. So in 2019, I had a conversation with Xolela Mancu, the professor of sociology who wrote Biko's biography. And I asked him about how did this book come about, I Write What I Like. How were these essays ultimately collected to be a book? And his response to me was, Pedro, Biko wrote most of the papers that are currently made chapters in his book, I Write What I Like, through handwriting. And when he died, which is in 1977, Hugh Lewin and Arad Stubbs, which were two white people, and these were friends and comrades of Biko, they took the papers and smuggled them out of South Africa to London, where the first edition of the book was edited and printed. Had those two comrades not done this, there would not have been a book called I Write What I Like, written by Biko today. So the apartheid regime, when you travel across countries, it never had strict security measures for white people. White people will go through security checks without being scrutinized as much as black people are. So these white comrades basically took all papers of Biko when he died, because after Biko died, there was a huge attempt by the regime to destroy his work. In fact, most of the writings by Biko ultimately have been lost and destroyed. So the ones that we have remaining now are the ones that his comrades managed to save after his death. And they smuggled them into their bags and books, and then they sneaked out the airport to London, where they finally compiled this book that you see there called I Write What I Like. To read more on this, you can check the paper there. It's a picture that it doesn't show. It's titled Informal Education and Collective Conscientization in the Fees Must Fall Movement at Nelson Mandela University. This was published in 2020 in the journal called Educational Research for Social Change. So you can read more on that if you are interested, because I have a limited amount of time. So, what is this Black consciousness philosophy by Biko? What are its main ideas that I want you to grasp? Now, Biko at the University of Zululand, where I teach, his work and this book is prescribed to the second year curriculum. So second year students who do the course called Sociological Theories and Social Institutions, they use this book for that course. It's prescribed. And primarily, when you reference or you want to use the ideas of a philosopher that you claim, please go read the actual writings and the actual words of the philosopher. What did he actually say in the original text? So don't read the subtext, in other words, another person's analysis of Biko, but take time as a student yourself to get a copy of the book and read the original text yourself. In fact, do that for any other philosopher that you are interested in. Go read their actual original text. And then, when you engage secondary analysis, you'll have a broader idea and your own interpretation and analysis. So, let's go through what Biko actually said himself, right? So, in that book, there's a plethora and a lot of concepts. With Biko, you read 3 pages and you pause, but because it says a lot, and it's beautifully written in an accessible language. So I'm just going to select only a few from a lot that is in the book that you should pick up by yourself. So let's read. He says that the inclusion of black faces into a standing white power structure where white people remain superior, perpetual teachers, and blacks remain permanent students. What he's talking about there actually is this white anti-black society we live in called South Africa. And South Africa is not the only white anti-black society. In fact, a white anti-black society is actually the entire world system, right? But there are specific secular colonies you're going to find around the world. Canada, United States, Algeria, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. This theory applies to all of them. And basically what Biko says is, the white power structure tends to be the dominant force of social relations. And all that black people do in such a society, they are always perpetual students of white people who always appear as their teachers because they think they are superior, right? In fact, if black people want to have a sense of success in such a society, they don't have a choice but to be included in white institutions. They don't dismantle white institutions to build authentic African institutions, rather they seek to be included in white institutions. I'll come back to that concept later on. 2, he then talks about white liberals. In other words, the white people who benefit from the white structure, but who pretend that they don't. or who pretend that they love you as a black person. So he then says, to label black resistance and assign its impossibility through claims of misunderstanding it, these, in fact, are the greatest racists, for they refuse to credit us with any intelligence. What Biko says there is, whenever as a black person you try to theorize a strategy for your liberation, white liberals will always say to you, but what you are saying is impossible. It's not critical. It's not theoretical. It's not constitutional. You need to think this through, right? In other words, the things you think as a black person, the possibilities you try to envision, white liberals always say to you that those things are impossible to achieve, right? In other words, they seek to always pretend as if they don't quite understand what you are saying. They like to misunderstand what you are saying, right? And Bikoke says that is an attitude of a superiority of white people who always think that they must be teachers of black people. Let's read two more. Biko says, being black is not a matter of pigmentation. Being black is a mental attitude. The fact that we are all not white does not necessarily mean that we are all black. If one's aspiration is whiteness, but his pigmentation makes attainment of this impossible, then that person is a non-white. There are many liberals here who read this section of Biko and then they completely misunderstand what he's saying. Ubiko is not saying everyone can be black, right? You often hear some white people who say, no, I'm white in color, but in spirit I am black. In fact, I have black friends, right? So Biko says that is rubbish. There's no such a thing. Two, there are black people sitting next to you. In fact, there are black people in this room. Look at your neighbor. He's black, ne? Black. Biko says, simply because the person sitting next to you is black in color, it does not mean that their convictions, their beliefs, their commitments are black. Right? There are people who are black seated next to you, but their dream one day is to be white. Right? They dream of sounding like a white person when they speak. They dream of sleeping in white people's beds. They dream of having a white girlfriend. They dream of looking white one day, even in pigmentation. Right? So they might be black in color, but the things they do and their belief systems, it's a wish shame one day to be white. But their pigmentation, because they are dark, it does not allow them. Right? But then Biko says, if you are indeed black, and you do have black convictions, then you are indeed a black person. This one who is black but has white aspirations, that person is a non-white. Are we together? That is the black consciousness philosophy as an introduction. Now let's go to two more concepts of this philosophy, and then I'll go to the program of action that Biko drove with his comrades. The second aspect of the black consciousness philosophy that Biko tackled is this notion of the fragmentation of black people, or the division of black people, right? So Biko says in his words on this book, it is true that the white system have produced through the world a number of people who are not aware that they too are people. So one of the things that the white system does when it drives a colonial system it racializes people and then it divides them into three categories. I spoke about this at dinner we were having last night with colleagues. But I said I will continue this in my presentation tomorrow. So, in a colonial society, the colonial system divides people into three categories using racialization and sexism as a method, right? So at the top of the pyramid of a colonial society is human beings who are white people, Europeans. Are we together? So in a colonial society, white people are human. They are human beings. In the second category are subhumans, those who are Indian and the so-called colored, the Arabs. They are not white, they are not quite black, they are just in the middle. Then there are those sham in the bottom floor, in the ground floor, on the third floor, who are absolutely not humans, and those are black people. Because we said they are non-humans, we might as well call them animals, isn't it? Now, to determine if your society is humane or colonial, this is how you make a determination. If your society is structured like this, then you must know that you are living in a colonial society. So, where is that roaming mic once again? Let's do a small exercise. Sure. Students, how many of you at least have had a dog growing up? Okanye not necessarily to own a dog. Hlambi, you were living in a yard or a household where there was a dog, or in a street where there were dogs, or in a community where there were dogs. Nonke, ne? Beautiful. Now tell me, when that dog was in that yard, which material did they use to build a house for that dog? Move the mic. Anyone wants to answer? Inja ihlala kwindlu enjani. Which material was used to build the house for the dog? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the House. Speaking of Inja, let's leave the dog and go for Inja. I would remember from the get-go, because it goes also with the economy of the household. We moved from Okiakela Dennis Dal to now building a wood house to what is currently now.
Sure.
But I think ordinarily Inja would stay in a sacred place, the economy of the yard gets Dennis Dala, and that house can collapse at any point in time. Thank you.
Am I back now? Am I back now? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back now? Thank you very much. Yabona ke when we discuss Biko, i-mic azisebenzi. Masikhuluma ngabelungu i-mic azisebenzi. But we won't be deterred. Ngoku besithethe i-liberalism izolo bezisebenza ezi mic. Ngoku sithethe into umcimbi oyanqo i-mic azisebenzi. So the dog stays in a house built with a cardboard, zinc, or stones that are falling apart. You even said in your place it was sleeping under a car. Yeah. Now, when you look around South African society today, especially if you go to areas like Abu Khayelitsha, Kukuletu, and so on, which people live in household structures made up of zinc and cardboards and wood today? I want these things to be recorded on a microphone sound. Kungatwa sathethe moyeni.
Yeah, greetings to the house at large.
Yebo.
It's the poor, marginalized black people who live in zinc and wooden houses.
Thank you. So it's black people who stay there. So black people stay in similar structures with dogs in this society. Not in 1901 or 1855. When? In 2025. Right? Furthermore, continuing with this thesis of non-humans and animals and dogs being black people, today in Bloemfontein, who cleans the toilets in your campus? After you do number 2, who goes in to put their hand there to clean after your mess? Or when you are coming to campus today, who sweeps the streets in Bloemfontein? Who opened the boom gate for you at 4 a.m.? Who pours petrol in your car at 3 a.m. in the middle of the winter? Who is it?
Thank you very much and greetings to everyone. Firstly, I would like to revert a bit to the first question to say the entire system of how the locations were made, it's where our black societies mostly dwells in. So in the second answer, to say the least, is that it's black people who are currently oppressed by the very same system that they promised that it was disbanded actually in 1994, but till this day, they are still very much segregated from the current beneficiaries of this country. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Give them a round of applause. So if your society looks like that, then you live in a colonial society, right? So there's nothing democratic about South Africa. There's nothing liberated about South Africa. South Africa remains a colonial society even today because the relations that were in place, planted by the colonial white system and apartheid, they are still in place even today, right? And Biko, what he then put forward as a philosophy was, to him, if you were oppressed, in other words, if you're on the second floor and the third floor, if you were subhuman and unhuman, all of you are therefore called black people, right? So to Biko's work, there was nothing called an Arab or a Chinese or a colored or an Asian or an African. Biko referred to all these groups that are facing the yoke of colonial oppression as black people. And all the regions where they came from, they were called the colonies. Are we together? That is the structure of the world. And anyone who seeks to divide these people, right? Biko says that is a fragmentation of black resistance. In other words, the divisions amongst black people, they actually delay their liberation. And the colonial system, particularly in South Africa, applied this method quite mischievously, even to the most extreme extent. It even built homelands, right? Homelands that were divided according to the languages, tribes, and ethnicities of black people. To drive the notion amongst black people that if you speak isiSotho, you are different from a black person who speaks isiXhosa or isiShona, right? In other words, make black people truly believe that they are different in order for them to be divided so that you can be able to conquer them. Are you with me? So that was the method of the colonial regime. Lastly, on Biko's philosophy, Biko even theorized the so-called labor class struggle, right? Let's read his own work. He says, even the most downtrodden white worker still has a lot to lose if the system is changed. He has a vote and uses it to return the nationalist government to power because he sees them as the only people who, through job reservation laws, are bent on looking after his interests against competition with natives. Then Biko carries on to say, the class theory which calls upon black workers to be with poor whites in the struggle for emancipation is a twisted logic that the black consciousness approach seeks to eradicate. In other words, Biko says, in the colony, the concept of the working class plays itself out differently, right? A black teacher and a white teacher don't live the same lives in a colony, right? In fact, even the most unemployed white person, they don't stay in a township. I know of black teachers who teach and earn a salary every month. They have houses in the township. But there's no white teacher who stays in a township, right? The reason for that is, in the nationalist government order, right, by virtue of being white, you had access to a completely different world with social relations and social privileges that a black person will never have, no matter how educated they were, right? So when you are black, you can have a degree from CUT, right? But in a colonial society, there are just areas you won't have access to purely because you are black. But if you are white, even if you are a white beggar, you always have access to the privileges of social power provided by whiteness, something that a black person will never have. So in a white society, you can be Caster Semenya, the bottom line is you are black. You can be Raheem Sterling, but the bottom line is you are black. You can be Serena Williams, the white system will remind you that at the end of the day, you are a black person and will be treated as a black person, full stop. Right? So, Ubigo calls that the play out of the labor system in the colonies. Therefore, the problem in the colony is not class, but the major problem in a colony is white racism. Then Biko calls for a synthesis. In other words, to dismantle white racism and white society, you need the solidarity and the unity of black people to combat whiteness in order to produce a viable synthesis called liberation. In other pages, he calls it a human face. Now let's make an example about you as students. When you as students have challenges and problems with NSFAS, right? You face that problem primarily as what? As students, isn't it? And when you protest for your right to have access to your opportunities and your allowances, you protest as students because you're oppressed as students, right? So Beko used the same thesis, that because you were oppressed purely for being black, you are therefore going to revolt as black people against a white system, and once that is dismantled, then that is when you're going to have a human face with a liberated society. Sure, my brother, I'll wrap up shortly. Now, let's come to the last 2 slides of this presentation. The Black consciousness movement, although it was theorized and invented by students on a university campus, its main intention was to create strategic alliances with black communities and black movements in where people are found outside of the university campus to mobilize black communities on a common program to dismantle apartheid rule. And the Black consciousness philosophy was very particular about building black institutions in black communities for the purposes of black people being self-reliant and depending on themselves for their own liberation. So there are 4 things that the black community programs and the Black People's Convention built in the 70s from this philosophy of black consciousness. The first one being the Zanempilo Health Clinic, which provided curative and preventative medical health care for black people. It was headed by Dr. Mampela Rampele, and these health clinic facilities were provided to black areas, particularly after the period of displacements and resettlements. The second one was Njwaka Home Industries, which was a factory started by black people themselves to manufacture leather goods, cloth garments, belts, purses, handbags, and so on. And its intention was to industrialize for mass employment creation for black people. In 1974, it employed 50 people, and afterwards, 70 more people were added through the Border Council of Churches. The Zanempilo Health Clinic, by the way, is still standing even today, built by these students under the Black consciousness philosophy. And the last 2, then I'll sit down, Chair, was the Ginsberg Education Fund, which was set up in 1975 by Bantu Steve Biko. At that time, in the township of Ginsberg, where Biko stayed and where he was arrested by the regime, there were 0 graduates in Ginsberg at that time, except 3 people, Mzwandile, Mtobi, and Pumeza Mancu. The Ginsberg Education Fund sent many black young people to the University of Fort Hare, the likes of Siphetho Mlonyeni, who is an attorney. His law firm actually is still running today in King Williamstown. Sindisile McLean, who was a mayor of Buffalo City and a professor who has passed away, he was one of the people produced through the Ginsberg Education Fund set up by the Black People's Convention. Lastly, they also set up the Ginsberg Crèche, which is a preschool. It was set up for early childhood education purposes, whereby Biko and his set of comrades observed that mothers could not go to work because they had to look after their children. Or, when mothers go to work, older children would have to do the childcare and miss school. A retired teacher, Nozipo Bisholo, and a committee member, Chris Soka, they ran that crèche. Essentially, what I'm trying to say, as I now sit down, is that here was a moment in history, right? An initiative of young people between the ages of 21 and 30 who were exactly at your age. And they were operating under oppressive apartheid authority. But they managed to come up with a philosophy that theorize their existential reality. And they mobilized black communities to create connections with the black student movement, to build industries, to build education funds, to build clinics. And they were working together as black women and black men, as black people, basically to show that they can rely on themselves in order to liberate themselves. And this is the evidence of the work that Bantu Steve Biko's generation did during that time. So, what is therefore stopping you today from using your youth activism, right, to be conscientized and then to free yourselves from bondage? Because nobody else is going to liberate the youth except black people themselves. And once you're conscious of yourself, you don't ask or beg for your freedom. Once you're conscious of yourself, you simply take your freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just as before we take questions, thanks, Dr. Mzileni, for that deliverance. I like how you contextualize the whole entire discussion relating to activism and you posture it against Steve Biko and Black consciousness. I'm going to ask one question. We're going to load it into two things. And you're going to say I'm liberally posing it this way, by the way. And it's a simple question. Yes, we hear the ideology. Yes, we hear the isms and all of that. But the relevance of do you think, because you end off by saying, what is stopping young people from utilizing Steve Biko's philosophy into their daily living and championing their struggles? One, the question becomes, because you are dealing with a youth that has got a short concentration span and wants a quick understanding, do you practically think that this philosophy is still relevant?
Thank you very much. Good question. Biko's philosophy is relevant today like never before. The youth today needs to keep the works of Biko next to your bedroom, next to your bed. Actually, that book must be in your shelf, all of you, and you must go through it every single day. When you read that book, it's as if Biko wrote it yesterday, because the problems and the conditions he speaks about are the exact same conditions that we're facing today. So let me make a simple example, or maybe take one of the things that he wrote there in his book. He says in his book that the primary reason why black people are trapped in the condition that they find themselves in at the moment, it is because they have not yet been conscientized fully of who they actually are, right? And he also says that, now in paraphrasing his work, if ever there's going to be a revolution in South Africa, it will definitely be led by young people, right? And the system knows this, that the most dangerous group in this society are young people. In fact, Bundu, whenever South Africa is in trouble, it is always rescued by its young people. So when you read the 1976 June 16 story, it gives you clear evidence of how at a moment when South Africa is in trouble, young people, particularly students, always rise up to rescue it from that trouble. So, here then what the system does to try and disintegrate and liquidate the consciousness of young people on a daily basis. The system knows the following things, and I hope students are going to listen to this one. The system knows that you as students, as a group, and as young people, you are the most powerful group that is going to change this society. So what then it does, it invests a lot of resources to make sure that the consciousness and the minds of young people are always disturbed by meaningless things. So that young people do not unite and begin to think in revolutionary terms, right? So don't think that the crisis of unemployment is a mistake amongst young people. It's done deliberately, right? So South Africa is one of the wealthiest societies in the world. In mineral wealth, in industries, you name it, right? But why is this group, this particular group, right, always frustrated in political, economic, and social terms, right? It's so that this group is kept busy worrying about meaningless things so that this group does not become conscientized and unite to fight the system. Also, don't think that the availability of alcohol and drugs in the township to young people is a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's a deliberate effort to make sure that this group of young people is constantly disturbed by meaningless things. It must constantly see each other as a competition. It must constantly participate in this home piano useless culture so that it does not sit as a group and begin to think in concrete terms about its condition so that it liberates itself. Are you with me? So also, the arrival of the heavy internet AI-generated traffic amongst the students, right, to kill the culture of learning and reading and engagement, right? So that you don't go to check original texts, but rather you take shortcuts given to you by the internet so that you don't become too conscious of who you are and of your condition. Are you with me? Also, the liquidation of student activism, those things are not mistakes. Those things are not mistakes, right? They are a particular set of pedagogies driven by the system to make sure that you are always liquidated of your consciousness so that you don't think about important revolutionary things that will unite you to liberate this society.
Let me hold you there before you like people want to leave the room frustrated and angry that they must not listen to Kom. We'll take a couple of questions. Please be succinct to the point. Don't take us to Joburg to get to Bloemfontein. We're in Bloemfontein already. So those who've got questions, I think there's a roving mic. Can we see a show of hands? There's one here, two over there, three, last one, or four. Thanks, that order. One is over here. The lady there.
Greetings to the houses at large. My name is Hereli Makakola, and I'm from SPU. So my question is, how can young people move from the mindset or the goal of being white when being white is a standard in which they strive for? So taking into consideration language, when we are in university, we are striving obviously to sound a certain way. We want to live a certain lifestyle, so that we can get access to whiteness. We also, as we've seen in media, people bleaching their skin in order also to, be white. So how can we now move from that mindset of, whiteness when being white is the standard in which we are striving for? Because from a student who's also doing sociology, there is also an understanding that when you are at a certain level of whiteness, you have access to a better life. So we want a better life as Black people. So how then, can we move from that mindset, whereas we are also trying to survive? Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Number two. No, number two is here.
Thank you very much once more. My name is Activism. I am the professional coordinator of SASCO in the Free State. I am covered on the whiteness question. I would like to make a comment in regards to the picture that was shown at the beginning of the presentation. When the picture was shown, I was reminded that the Ginsberg incident. Just this year, Rhodes University awarded Mamunziki with an honorary doctorate. In her speech, she thanks her son, Unkosnati. She then does not mention Zanempilo and Mampele. History teaches us that Rampele Mampele was the lover of Ndate Steve Biko. They worked together also in Ginsberg building that clinic. The lesson then that I would have taken from the incident was that one, perhaps we need to not see our icons as perfect beings, but we need to be able to take their teachings. I say this for those who do not understand this clause. My name is Asicebisi. It therefore means I'm a person in a position to advise. At times, I would give advice that I would not live by. It is the advice you should be taking and not the man you should be following. I would then like to ask Dr. Pedro, do you share the same sentiments that our icons were not perfect beings, but then they lived their truth, and it is their truth that we should follow and not the men themselves? Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you very much. Number three is over there with the gray hoodie. Hey, Chief. There, oh, you've got a mic.
Yeah, we have him. Greetings to the house. Please forgive me for not being able to take off my hat because I have bad hair. So, my name is Tabso Stierman, and I am a language practice and media studies student here at the university, a proud student at this university. And there's a couple of things that stood out for me in the presentation, sir. Especially terms like representation, terms like blackness, and it really spoke to me personally as a black queer activist and also as a student in the space. So last week I was invited to the University of the Free State South Campus, and there was a discussion about imagining. Okay, so basically something stood out for me there in that conversation, and that was accommodation. So, because it feels like we are just being accommodated in these white spaces. So, and as a black student, I want to ask, so once, because I was listening to how you ended your presentation, you mentioned that once we're conscious of ourselves, we should be able to take the freedom. So I want to ask, so once we are in the spaces where we have the freedom, how do we practice our power? How do we make our blackness visible? How do we conscientize ourselves in those spaces? I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope so. Thank you.
Just repeat the question. Okay, you got it. Sure. Number four is over there.
Greetings once again. I go by the name Sibonga Kyanji from the University of the Free State. Dr. Pedro, you mentioned that as black people we are fragmented, as it was said by Dr. Steve Biko, that as black people we are fragmented, and even in this generation of ours, we are still fragmented because of mainly two things. It's ideologies or either ignorance, because you would find that we have differing ideologies. If we managed to get to know the ideologies, you would find that we are differing with ideologies. And or secondly, it's because some of us are ignorant, so they then take wrong paths, I would say. So how can we fix that to find that we are in the same direction as black people? And secondly, now as young people, we have this thing of saying we are revolutionaries, but rather we want to be elite revolutionaries. We are no longer like the generation of about Dr. Steve Biko, whereby bona they managed to build like Zanempilo Hospital clinic and other things. But Tina, as young people, you would find that I'm an activist here in school. But after I graduate, everything I forget about that, and I go home without even benefiting black people with nothing. So how can we fix that and make sure that as a generation we play a pivotal role to our communities? Thank you.
Thanks for that. Mr. Mzileni, can respond. Your doctor, sorry. You. Fish. We'll come back.
All right. Thank you so much for the lovely questions and comments. Firstly, Dadwe, to thank you for the comment, and it's very true. Like I said, you know, when you live in a white, anti-black society, right? The dominant existing culture, right, becomes the white culture. Even if numerically, as black people, you are dominant as a population in a society, right? But if the power structure is in the hands of whiteness, then the dominant culture of your society will be the white culture. Therefore, every time, and whiteness as a dominant culture is totalizing. By totalizing, I mean, in every single platform, you're going to come across whiteness. Do you know that even a 3-year-old who watches cartoons at home, right, or who plays with dolls at home, even if they have not come across a white person physically, right, but the dominant structures of culture, such as cartoons, literature, and the dolls, they always present whiteness as a source of beauty. So if you look at, for an example, a character like Upapi, right? Why are we selling Upapi in Africa? Right? A continent that is overwhelmingly black, that can design its own dolls for its own children, so that its own children can grow up knowing that to be an African is actually enough, sufficient, and beautiful. Right? There's nothing wrong with Barbie because white people created Barbie from the context of the West, right? Which is their dominant society where they come from, right? But in Africa, because now here, the power structure is white, and therefore the dominant culture is white, a child as young as 3 years old imbibes the violence of anti-blackness at a very young age. So they grow up with this understanding that if I grow up black, then there's something wrong with me in the world, you know? Because constantly the images they come across, they present whiteness as beautiful and as blackness as something that is flawed. Now, that childhood injury is something you grow up all the way up to adulthood, even to a point where you even die with it, right? Because you have parents today, parents, old people, who are professionals in the public sector and the private sector, who believe that for my child to receive good education, I need to take them to white people, right? So this strong belief in whiteness, it's not a disease on children, it's a disease on each and every human being who aspires for whiteness. So hence I'm saying it's a totalizing system of violence. Right? Because it deals precisely with the mind and the mindset. Lastly, on this point, there's a thesis that Uba Utwala spoke about yesterday, and you must go check this one. Malcolm X speaks about the difference between a field Negro and a house Negro. Write that down or go search for it on YouTube and have a listen to what he says. He simplifies it beautifully. The house Negro and the field Negro. The field Negro is that black person, right, who is very invested in their blackness, right, and who seeks to liberate black people themselves so that they can become human, right? He totally rejects whiteness and just wants to be black and fully human. That's a field Negro. Malcolm is theorizing this from the context of slavery. During slavery, there were slaves who were working in the plantation outside, and then there were slaves who were working inside the house of the master. They would also sleep in the bed of the master and also eat the crumbs falling off the table of the master. The house Negro is the one who is loved by white people. Is the one, when they speak to you, they speak English through the nose. They don't speak English the way I do, you know. When I speak English, yakut, right? So, Doc, you said how many minutes I have left? Just want to check, man. Me. That English. That one is a house Negro, right? And the house Negro thesis, I want to also plant it to the last question. There are student activists in the university, right, who want to be in positions of power, not because they want this, you know, oppressive commodification system of education to be dismantled, but all they want is just to be included in white systems one day. In fact, they are active so that after they graduate, they can have a safe landing in the state one day. So their activism is not life or death for the liberation of students, but it's for them to have a good CV to land beautifully in the sector, right? And then you have those students, Shem, who are totally committed, who face bullets, who face exclusion, who fight for their convictions all the way up to the end, right? Those two types of students, both of them, they exist together in the same university, including this one. There's no university that is insulated from this thesis that I'm talking about. So white aspirations, it's a normal disease in a colonial society. There will be black people who want to be white one day to be integrated in white systems, and then there are black people who want to dismantle the systems altogether and build a free society. On imperfections of Biko, his biography, when you study the love life of black people, you need to study it in context. These people were trying to make families in a society that made it impossible for you to be human. The apartheid regime did everything possible to destroy what is called a black family, right? The system still, till today, is driven to destroy this unit called a black family. It is so difficult for black families to be together from January to December, the whole year. Children are fragmented, they are in another city. Parents are fragmented, they are in another city. All these systems are designed by the colonial apartheid fashion of capitalism in the colony to split and divide and destroy any possibility of black people being together. So I don't understand how you can build a family in the 60s and the 70s in an environment where there are forced removals. There are banishments of black people. And when you are banished, they will take you, whilst you are born, right, in Bloemfontein. Under banishment, they throw you all the way up to Polokwane in isolation and under house arrest, all the way to the other part of the country, making it impossible for you to have a family. You know, when Mandela was in Robben Island, they did not allow him to go bury his mother. They also did not allow him to go bury his child. Nelson Mandela. Right? Now, when a person is being injured to that extent by white people, right? How do you expect a family to function normally under those circumstances? It's impossible. So, when you study the personal lives of black people under apartheid, be very careful, be very patient, and actually try to study them in context. That the actual problem here was the apartheid white system and the injuries it was causing to generations of black people and making it impossible for them to be human and to have families. Then the last two, fragmentations. Listen, even the death of Biko itself. In fact, the last time black people were so close to being united, it was the night before Biko was murdered. No, not the night before he was killed, because he died on the 12th of August, and he was hijacked on a roadblock between Grahamstown and King Williamstown on the 18th of August. He was coming from Cape Town, where he traveled there to have a meeting with Neville Alexandra, and then thereafter he was scheduled to travel to Botswana to have a meeting with Oliver Tambo in an effort to unite all liberation movements with the black consciousness movement to form a unity of black people, right? In fact, when you read Biko's letters throughout, I write what I like. Biko does not characterize the ANC, the PAC as enemies. He refers to Nelson Mandela, Robert Sobukwe, Bani Pityana as leaders of black people, right? So Biko wanted all black people from all different ideological backgrounds, from all different parties, to unite as one bloc to face the enemy head on. Because it is only when we are united we will be able to face the enemy head on. Now, one thing you must pay attention to, the only group of black people that Biko had a problem with were the black people who were advancing the Bantustans, Abo Buthelezi, Oqozo, and so on. Those black people that he called the non-whites. He even has a chapter in the book addressing the item of Bantustans, right? So Biko hated black people who were willing to be used by white people as tools to manage the resistance of black people. Otherwise, all other black people who are committed to the liberation of black people, Biko wanted them to be united as one bloc, because that is the only possibility to dismantle white power for the liberation of black people. Lastly, on taking freedom, right? So listen to this carefully. I'm just going to summarize it in one sentence for the sake of time, Chairperson.
Please.
Biko says, you are under bondage at the moment as a black person because you don't know who you are. You have not been conscientized exactly of who you are, right? You are even deconscientized to the extent that black people who come from other parts of Africa, you refer them to foreigners. You don't refer to white people who come from Europe as foreigners, right? Instead, you refer to other black people as foreigners. That's how twisted the logic of black people is, because at the moment, they don't quite understand who they are, right? So, Biko says, the day black people are properly conscientized of who they actually are, right? They will begin to realize that, yes, no, man, yeah. Actually, sisengxakini, right? When the day black people are finally conscientized of who they are, they will no longer be in bondage. Because once you are conscious, right, you are no longer in bondage when you are conscious. Once you are conscious, you become free immediately. Because being conscious of who you are is the day you will actually realize the problem. And when that day comes, you will not beg or ask for your freedom. You will simply take your freedom, right? The most important thing at the moment is actually the first journey to conscientize black people first. We have not yet even achieved the conscientization of black people. We have not yet achieved the unity of black people. So don't even talk about freedom yet, because there are these things that we still need to do. And even the things I'm saying sitting on this chair, right? There are black people in this room who are hearing them for the first time. There are black people in this room who are doubting some of them, right? To show you that actually we're still on the journey of conscientizing black people so that they know who they actually are, right? And once black people know who they are, right? Watch them take their freedom.
Thanks, Doc. I'm going to open for the last 3 hands, because there are 2 hands that I didn't note. It was 1, 2. I want to take new hands, unfortunately, leadership, because I don't want a follow-up. Those are the last. Going once, going twice, gone. Those 2. And before you speak, when you are responding, Doc, also include your closing remarks, yes.
No, thank you very much. My name is Ayanda Wagamadiba, and I'm deeply saddened that even in the first round I had my hand up, but I was not recognized, but it's fine. No, you know what you mentioned, Dr. Pedro, as to we still have a problem that these systems that were put in place to exclude and segregate black people are still in place. And the problem is the fact that we have what Malcolm X theorizes in his book as the house Negroes. We have black people, or rather people we term as coconuts, who are black on the outside, but they are white on the inside. And these are people that we get in power. And the problem that we have is that these people conform to what I term as bourgeois pragmatism. They perpetuate a system that favors them, because at some point, a house Negro, because they live with the master inside the house, at some point they will start believing that they are superior to you as the master is superior to you. And that is a problem. So now, when we theorize this issue of house Negroes, we find that in my context, or rather in our context, in institutions of higher learning that have been previously made to benefit the other people, we find that as student leaders, or rather as activists, we find we are faced with a paradoxical chasm as to there is a point where we must be radical and militant in order for us to liberate our fellow brothers and sisters. But now, the system perpetuated by a house Negro and then influenced by bourgeois pragmatism will tell you, Oguti, this is not how you should fight for 1, 2, and 3. You find that when we want our land back, we are given an instruction, for example, as to this is how you should fight for your land back. But the problem starts in, how do you tell me how to fight for my land, which was taken forcefully, number 1. And 2, Che Guevara theorizes a quote in his book that the first duty of a revolutionary is to be educated. So as much as you are conceptualizing the fact that the power of liberation, or for us to realize liberation for South Africa, the people who are going to make us realize that dream is the youth. But now, as the youth, as revolutionaries, our first duty is to be educated, but the educational system still to this day excludes the black child through funding and through visionary documents that I won't mention.
Leadership.
That are, yes, no, I am wrapping up.
Can you land?
Yes, I am
Yeah,
wrapping up.
we're not going to start another lecture.
Yes.
I'm going to cut you off there.
No, I want a question. I want to offer a question.
Get to the question,
Thank
please.
you very much, Pokim Direct. So my question is, Dr. Pedro, how do we ensure that as much as we have a duty to be educated and a duty to be revolutionary, we don't find ourselves conforming to bourgeois pragmatism. We don't find ourselves being deterred from our generational mission set forth by Steve Bantu Biko, as I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, leadership.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sithem Sukumalo, and I'm from the University of the Free State. And I would just like to speak in terms of education, Mr. Dr. Pedro. As we know that this is the most vital conversation we're having. My question is based on how can we, or where is the South African education headed, mostly for black people? And how can we make sure that we shape it, that it serves every black child in a proper way, and they are conscientized that they need to also conscientize other black children or other black future young people again. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, thank you for the lovely questions and comments once again. And these will be my closing remarks. So firstly, the first step is to build a black authentic solidarity, right? By that I mean, there are black people in this society that as soon as they get jobs or some form of a career, they start to see themselves as no longer part of black people's problems, right? And that is part of the poor levels of consciousness once again. Instead, what we need is to actually strive to spend more time with each other, in conversation with each other across all different sets of classes, careers, and fields, in order to build a community. Because the only way to actually change black conditions or to shift a society or to deliver change is to actually do it as a community. Individuals don't change society. Communities change society. Are you with me? Sharpeville happened because black people became a community. Soweto 1976 happened because black people became a community, right? Rhodes Must Fall happened because black people decided to be a community that day, right? So all declarations in 2015 were not going to come from an individual president. You needed a community in revolt, right, to change that system into something else. So the first possibilities of change, it's when black people remove this mentality that as soon as I get some form of crumbs from the master, therefore I'm no longer part of black people, or I'm no longer part of the problems of black people. Instead, the more actually you get breakthroughs in your life, it's whereby now you must start to actually love black people even more and be in conversation with them and build communities with them everywhere. Yabona mna personally, in South Africa, I don't have spaces that are called white people spaces or black people spaces. South Africa for me is a piece of land that belongs to Africans. And every space in Africa is supposed to be occupied by Africans. So I teach where I want to teach. I was teaching at your university a few years ago, the University of the Free State. I arrived when I wanted and I left when I wanted to leave, right? All attempts that white people at the university tried on me, they failed. You know the story, you can go read about it, it's on the news. They tried to disturb my work of conscientizing black students because white people know that as soon as black young people know who they are, white power is in danger. That was the core of all those attacks that were coming towards me, right? And they all failed in their attempts. Today, I'm teaching at the University of Zululand because I want to teach there, right? And I'm still preaching the same sociology I was teaching to you at Free State. It's the same sociology I'm providing at the University of Zululand. Once I feel like at the University of Zululand I've achieved my work, I'll go to the next university of my choice. You able? And still preach the same message. It's the same Pedro, same face, same ID number, same ideas, same concepts, right? But the gospel is moving in different terrains where black people are found because I want to build communities. So education for me, brah, I don't teach students for purposes of examinations and tests, right? In fact, I even hate this thing of students memorizing. For instance, this thing I taught you today about Biko, please don't memorize it because you don't need to, right? This education speaks directly to your spirit. It's an existential knowledge that you don't even need to memorize because it must touch you because it speaks about your existence. Are you with me? So I never tell students to do multiple choice questions. That, okay, what is your state of blackness? Option A, blue. Option B, pink. Option C, red. And now you must choose multiple choice, right? The problem with that education of memorizing is you are going to memorize Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Write the exam on Saturday, right? By Sunday, Monday, you've completely forgotten what you were memorizing for that exam, right? In fact, when you do a multiple choice, when you select A for question 1, you select A for question 2, you select A for question 3, you then realize, hey, man, I've been selecting A now for quite a number of times. Question 4 can't be A. It has to be something else. That model is not education. Its intention actually is to switch off your consciousness because all that you are doing is memorizing for tests and exams. In fact, by the time you walk on stage to graduate, you know nothing about the economy in the real world, you know? Rather, education must be conscientizing. It must be education given for the purposes of you going out into the world, seeing the world as a problem, and changing it yourself as a person with communities that you have formed as a black person who is a graduate. Are you with me? So I'm not in the business of teaching students only for tests and exams. Yes, those things are important as part of the academic game, but I'm teaching students for the political action that needs to be taken to liberate black people from their condition of slavery at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. In your words, the gospel of Dr. Pedro Mzileni. No, thank you very much for that talk. I think with every conversation, it's up to individuals to take the conversation further. And as Pedro has indicated that it's about then taking forward and reading and then continuing the conversation so it doesn't stop here. And reading fully from the inception all the way up so that we don't use, what do you call it, snapshots and frame it as things that we know. Thank you very much for that. I think we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break looking at the organizer. And then from that, then we'll hand over to Dr. Mzileni to the next session. Yeah. Thanks for that. Oh, we're switching straight. Or I get over to Dr. Mzileni.
Is it this one? Oh, yes. All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Are you still good? Thank you for joining us this morning. We now move straight to the next session. I'm told there is no break, so let's roll on with the program. We are now on the second segment, which is a panel. So I want to invite Wandisile Sebezo on stage. Please come through. Let's give them a round of applause. Then I want to invite Mr. Cholo Mokhotsi. Please come forward. He's not with us. Or unfortunately, he's not with us. Mr. Buntu Miaka was facilitating the one that I was in. He just wants to grab a coffee quickly. He's going to come back shortly. And then lastly, the soon-to-be Dr. Sipoka Zitao. Please come forward. Oh, okay. My sincere apologies. Cholo couldn't join us, so he is represented by Letabo. He's the one sitting there. A round of applause to him. Thank you for joining us, sir. Yes, sit on the throne, Doc. Thank you so much. All right. Buntu Mnyaga will join us shortly. I think maybe he could come in as the fourth speaker when we do our opening remarks. So, colleagues in the audience, the name or the title of this panel is Pathways to Establish Sustainable Ecosystem for Youth Entrepreneurship and Employability in Critical Sectors of the Economy. And I have four wonderful speakers on the panel. Their bios are on the program. Wonderful bios, lots of achievements alongside these colleagues on the panel. But I would like to ask each one of you that when you give your opening remarks, please introduce yourself briefly in your bio, maybe in a line or two or three in terms of what you do. Okay, so on the theme that I have stated there, who wants to go first? Anyone can start. In 10 minutes, maximum. Okay, Wandisile will go first. Over to you, my brother.
Yeah, let's get this thing done. That's why I want to go first. Good morning, colleagues. I think my bio is there, man. I'm not going to introduce myself except to say my name is Wandisile Africa Sabezo. And I want to associate myself on the issue of entrepreneurship, firstly, with the views expressed by Ulukanyo yesterday, those who were here, that while we must encourage entrepreneurship, it will be foolhardy on us to think it's going to be a fix-all solution to our socio-economic issues. Let's encourage it. Let's introduce it to our curriculum from primary to high school up to where we are now at CUT. It's fine. But the current conversation seems to be like entrepreneurship is going to fix everything. Let's dismiss that notion at all. It's not going to fix everything. Now, let me go back in addressing the issue of employment and employability. Let me go back to my old views. Those who've heard me before, I always raise the issue of the macroeconomic policy of this country seems to be failing us. We've got mineral resources, as Pedro was saying here. It's a wealthy country. But our resources are going to, they go to create jobs elsewhere. They go and create jobs in Germany. You understand? We don't process them here inside the country. So I think we need to shift that macroeconomic policy so that we create and strengthen our manufacturing industry. Young people go and work there, process those resources, and that way It's one of the ways that will reduce unemployment. That's my issue, is that we send our diamonds and our platinum to Germany and China. They come back as finished products. We consumers, we consume products made from resources in our own backyards, Pedro. So I think let's industrialize and strengthen our manufacturing base. And universities and even high schools, let's push for, Dr. Joyce, let's push for STEM education. I'm sorry if you're doing sales and marketing and all of those stuff, but I don't think the economy, at this juncture, because unemployment is a crisis, but at this juncture of the economy, we need to produce plumbers. I don't know why people look down on plumbers. We need to produce fitters. We need to produce electricians who are going to service the industry, not someone who's going to sell insurance. You understand? So I think our education system must also play a role in feeding the economy with the skills that will take us to the next level. As opposed to producing graduates, we're going to be standing on the sidelines looking for jobs because nobody is employing marketers. You understand? So my issue, in a nutshell, is macroeconomic policy. Let's strengthen our manufacturing base, and let's not think that entrepreneurship is going to fix everything. That's my take. I'm going to keep it there. Thanks.
Bagazi dumelang. Hello, everybody. I'm Spagazi Tau. I'm a PhD student, and my work is at the intersection of African women leadership, universities. And in my obsession with African women, I'm trying to sort of excavate and extract the lived realities of African women and how we intellectualize that. But maybe for the purposes of today and how I'll respond to today, I'm a program coordinator for Pivot Collective, and we do all sorts of things. At the core of it, we think about knowledge translation. How do you translate knowledge into packageable things such as storytelling? And so my response, I suppose, to the theme is going to be through a story. So I decided to call the protagonist in my story Mpho. Mpho is a 31-year-old hospitality graduate whose internship lasted a few months due to COVID. As a result, Mpho returned home to Mpumalanga, where she lives with family and her 6-year-old child. Shortly after relocating back home, Mpho's child was diagnosed with asthma, a direct result of the carbon-heavy air from nearby mining activities. The local clinic where she takes her child to is functional. However, it often closes around 1 p.m. due to load shedding, resulting in some patients having to go back home. The journey from home to the clinic is about a 20 minutes walk. However, due to changes in the climate, the region is experiencing more heat waves. This journey from home to the clinic takes longer. About 2 months ago, the Mpumalanga region, where Mpho lives in, started experiencing rain. Heavy rains, which were at first a relief to the community. However, these heavy rains have resulted in damaged roads, causing flooding. And these roads are now flooded and deteriorating, which reflect a crumbling foundation of public infrastructure that can no longer support the community's basic needs. End of story. So this reality forces us to ask, or at least me, and so I put it to the floor, what would it mean to build an ecosystem where Mpho lives? What would it mean to have an ecosystem that is not only economically sustainable, but socially and environmentally responsive? How do we ensure that the skills and opportunities in that area and many other areas are not only addressing economic concerns, but also factor in the gendered realities of members of our communities and the socio-economic environmental factors that they have to navigate? And I think Mpho's story for me, when I was thinking about it and writing it, I suppose, is an everyday story that can be applicable in different contexts. That for me talk about how it is so important that when we are thinking about pathways of sustainability, who is in the conversation and who are we sort of thinking of? What are the lived realities of the people we are thinking of as we are thinking about sustainability? Who matters in that conversation and who are we sort of silencing in that conversation? And a lot of social reproductive theorists, and I won't get academic about this, social reproductive theory, in simple terms, looks at the ways in which people participate in the economy in non-capitalist ways. So think of Mpho as someone, odulango hae, who's unemployed, but takes care of the home, or farms in the home, is participating productively in his own survival. But this particular survival is not a survival that sort of brings these economic means, like me and others on this panel that have jobs, for example. So these are not necessarily skills that are seen as important or valuable in terms of how we measure an efficient economy, but these are skills that are important for the survival of people like Mpho in their everyday lives. So I think I'll leave it there as my input. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted yes to go last. Sorry. Can I please? I'm sorry, my brother. My name is Buntu Mnyaga. I am, by my work, I am the Senior Manager of Student Life and Development at Zululand University, which deals with governance, student development, career services, student media, arts and culture. I want to focus my views today on the basis of utilizing career services within institutions. That's why I wanted YES program to go last, because I think it will then frame it in a better way. So universities at Doc have got this responsibility of checking the employability of their graduates. So for example, every year you would run a graduate employability survey to figure out are your graduates employable and where are they employable? Are they working in the particular province, or are they at home? Are they furthering their studies and all of that? So it becomes interesting when you get the research back and you conduct that survey, that you would have a situation where it says no, 60% of your graduates are employable and all of that. But when you are employed, when you go deeper into the detail of that, it's not real employment, it's internships, you know. They're interning at some government department, they are interning within your institution and all of that, which becomes the problem, because I think it was Dr. Choice yesterday who mentioned this thing in a conversation elsewhere about, this morning, about how it becomes a tick box exercise basically to see, no, we've done this. Even yesterday, NYDA boastfully was relating stats to us about their service plan of having 210 applications and all of that. So for me, I want to frame it in a way and say the biggest challenge we have when it comes to this employability and entrepreneurship is that, one, we've got a fragmented system generally in society, in the state, where we're all pulling at different angles, trying to achieve the same thing. You've got NYDA trying to do its thing, NYDA that reports in the office of the president, president goes and establishes YES program, also trying to do the same thing. You've got government departments also offering internships that are temporary, and no one speaks about the sustainability of these things. So the challenge then becomes, where is the problem? You've got universities that are pulling their own direction because we must meet enrollment targets, right, Doc? Because enrollment targets means that we get more money. You've got industry that knows that if it gets a person from yes, they're getting money. You've then got, you've got the person themselves who studied something that is not going to get them employable. Then you get a moria of people then running entrepreneurship workshops to tick boxes because they're also going to get money in that sense. So until we come to a point of stopping just for a second, reconciling these things and ask one fundamental question, because all these things, by the way, then they are linked to a national development plan in fragmented ways as well. So we then need to come to that point of, I'm trying to summarize because I don't know. We need to then not do these things in isolation, but work in a way that it's intentional. And be honest in one, not everyone's going to find a job. The same instance, not everyone's going to be an entrepreneur. And not over, because that's the other thing as well, then you've got FET colleges. Government starts a program, 10 decades of the artisan, because you want skills that must be there. No one knows where those 10 decades of the artisan is. We had a huge celebration of it being launched, but we don't see where they are. So I want to start by problematizing this thing like that, then I'll add as we go along. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Before I tell you what my name is, I just want to give you two very interesting stats, and it talks to what a lot of the speakers here have spoken about. 45%. Does anybody here know what 45% represents in this context? That is the amount of youth that are currently unemployed in South Africa. Probably one of the highest rates in the world of unemployment. That means if you count 1, 2, 3, 4 of you guys there are likely going to be unemployed, right? 62%. That is the amount of youth from the ages of 15 to 24 that are unemployed. So that means even if you study, even if you do other forms of work, you're likely going to be unemployed. That is the situation that we are currently facing right now. So I'm from Youth Employment Service. At Youth Employment Service, we're an enabler for 12-month working opportunity for unemployed youth. We also try and create sustainable pathways for youth after employment. We've done roughly around 190,000 working opportunities, and we try and provide absorption or try and facilitate absorption or long-term employment opportunities for youth. And we're currently sitting at around 45% of the youth that go through our program do get those employment opportunities. So we form part of the bigger Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which includes NYDA, as our speaker has alluded to a bit earlier, and other organizations like Harambee, National Youth Pathways. So we're part of that entire stable. So what we've tried to do recently, we started establishing a SMME program where we try to provide youth with an opportunity to capacitate their businesses, with an opportunity to, go into entrepreneurship. As our speaker alluded to earlier, not everybody has to be in employment. Not all of us are talented enough. Not all of us get an opportunity to be employed. I myself was in a similar position to yourself more than 10 years ago, when I was seated right there as a student, looking at somebody talking, who was probably in a better privileged position than myself, not knowing exactly what I'm going to be doing the following year, not knowing where my life is going to be in 5 years. I was exactly in the same position with everybody else, right? And only through the first employment opportunity that I received was I fortunate enough, to at least be in employment ever since then, and, venture into entrepreneurship as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Letabo Tlapane. I am the head of project management office at Youth Employment Service. I'm looking forward to this session, like the speaker mentioned. And, one of my personal things is I really do try to be as intentional as possible and I hope that, I'm not here to provide lip service again, that we do try and maybe come up with solutions and opportunities for the youth that are here today. Yeah, look forward to engaging. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
All right. Thank you so much for those beautiful opening remarks. And I just want to ask, a follow-up question for each one of you to expand your thoughts one more time, then I'll take it to the floor afterwards. So I just want to check, as a theme that is coming across from all four speakers is we have a crisis on our hands, primarily of what I would term the profit society. Ne? By profit society, I mean, here's a system ne, that all it does is to simply extract from the environment and also extract from human beings. Basically, exploiting the environment, exploiting human beings, turning human beings from being human to being disposable labor, right? Whereby now, if you live in this profit society, you will only have value only if you are labor, right? What you also mentioned, Spogaze, of the environmental racism that emerges out of a society driven by profit, where, the communities we live under are ravaged by industries, they become inhabitable, you catch diseases, there's no public service in place, right? Furthermore, the university itself, Bundu, the way now it is designed, is also what you touched on, Wandisile. The university itself functions with this ideology of a profit society, right? It does not admit students for the purposes of creating human beings out of them to go to a humane society. Instead, it sees students as units of revenue that it can take into the system to generate money out of them, even if it is not giving them value, right? So the sudden ballooning of humanities across universities is not an accident, right? Because having many students who do humanities is actually a lot of money for the university with little investments being made. Because to produce 500 anthropology graduates, you don't need to build any computer lab in the university, So you have all this revenue coming in from your humanities graduates, yet you know that you're not providing value to them, and definitely you are taking them to a profit society where they have no chance, So my question is then, as you come back, how can we use the university and the different sectors all of you come from, to create a humane society that gives each and every person a chance to just be human, right? To just be human. I understand that not all of us can be labor, but all of us want to be human. We deserve to be human. We're supposed to be human beings. And for us to be human beings, there must be the social means in place provided by these public institutions for us to be human. Anyone can go first?
You're like anyone but you. So maybe let's start with a wild statement. I wonder if we need to... Wait, Dr. Choice, don't look at me like that. I wonder if the university, right, and I think it's important that we understand, what do we understand by the university? And I think, what do we understand by the university? What is the function of the university? And in a very real way, I think universities are doing what universities are supposed to be doing. That universities are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And maybe I think your question, Doc, is about whether universities are responding to the needs of Africans or are responding to the social conditions. And I think in majority, it's a clean no. Universities in Africa are arguably not responding to what are the conditions of Africans and how do we produce graduates that are going to be responsive to society. And I think a couple of universities are doing it. I think this is part of how universities do it. Universities are meant to be spaces of debate and thinking, and the humanities is such a significant part of what happens in the university because it builds our critical thinking. About 20 years ago, as a humanities graduate like me and others, you were able to go into corporate and just work in corporate, you know, ABSA, your net banks, et cetera. That's not something that corporate favors right now. Critical thinking is not something that is favored right now. And so maybe the question should be, for me, then is how then do universities counter that? So if you're a humanities student, you are less likely to be employable because those are not the skills anyone needs. But of course, if you look at technology, if you look at the green economy, that's precisely where we need humanities students to sort of be responding to. Those are the conversations. In 10 years' time, if you're going to be working in a space, it's likely going to be intensely technological. It's incredibly going to be influenced by whatever the green economy and innovation looks like, and you are going to have to respond to that because I don't think the sciences and the engineers are spending enough time on connecting technology to the human. And so I think there's a gap that fills. And maybe to say lastly, I don't know if universities need to respond to our humanity. They were not designed to respond to us. Universities were designed as elite spaces that produce a particular kind of person that must participate in very specific ways. To serve the politics, yes, but to create particular kinds of sciences. And I don't think universities, in responding to social needs, are not changing how we're thinking about that. I don't think they are not doing that. But I think were they to completely transform that, it would mean that we need to collapse our understanding of what the university is today, which I'm happy for us to participate in, by the way. We can mobilize and just deconstruct how we are thinking about the university. So to get to a point where, Doc, universities are producing or recognizing us as humans, we need to think differently about what the university is, and maybe we need to change our understanding of the university and create different universities altogether. Because the question, I think your question also speaks to what a lot of gender scholars do, is that we are trying to create inclusivity in a space that does not want to do that. In a space that in the texture and in its fiber was not created for that. So should we focus on inclusivity? Should we include ourselves as supposed non-humans? Should we negotiate to be recognized as humans, or should we just leave the space? Sorry if that's not helpful, but yeah.
There's a concept that they say universities are for the public good. In their existence, they're supposed to assist society, and whichever scholarly work you believe in, whether universities are a microcosm of society or you disagree with that, or what is the other one? That the influence, the microcosm of, they influence the society so that the divergence of views in terms to the two. Then in the same instance, then you've got the narrative that's continued is being told that, I'm a humanities graduate, by the way. In fact, most of the people here. Then there's the whole thing that the world of work now requires agility. You must be agile. And within that agility, it then says that, particularly if you're going to talk about humanities graduates and all of that, they play a critical role in the society, in the workspace, because they're able to diagnose and assist in understanding these complexities that we live in, rightfully so, like we're doing right now. In trying to deal with your question exactly, Mfoka Mzileni, in that universities are profit-driven. Hey, I'm going to be fired, yeah. Universities are profit-driven, but in them being profit-driven, they've got a responsibility in that sense to respond to, and we must not only focus on universities. I think we must look at it in terms of post-schooling in itself. Because what then the state tried to do, which is something that we don't pay attention to, in terms of your TVET sector, because you become overly fixated with the role that universities are going to play. And we must first start by saying not everyone, Doc, is supposed to pay the university. But at the same time, these universities were not built to take everybody, but after 1994, we did all these things and said, no, everyone must enter. Hence, APS points become a discussion of student leaders fighting about reduction and all of that. But we must then, maybe I'm going to be controversial, I don't know. We must then say firstly, if we want to respond holistically, are we admitting the right people that actually deserve to be in university? I'm not talking spokazi about color, whatsoever. I'm talking about the basic element points of APS points. If you don't meet the minimum target, out. Let's not negotiate with you, right? There are other spaces and avenues that are there. There's TVET, which is direct skills and all of that. And this is a wild thought that I'm having as I'm talking. That maybe if you're that direct and intentional, you would then be able to move to a point of fixing what is wrong. Because now you'll be intentional in knowing that Africa does not qualify. You're not going to create special mechanisms for Africa to be in the system, delaying him indirectly to achieve what he's supposed to achieve, rather than him going to do N+1, N+2 in chemical engineering at a college, and will be quicker employable, be able to start his business and all of that. So that's in answering your question in terms of human and the likes that you ask, I want to look at it in that way, in saying, if we're to be intentional and straightforward, maybe we should just say, no, we understand the history, we understand the challenges that are there of background and all of that. But there's a question, there's a discussion that we're not having of that it can't be universities' responsibilities. Now I'm claiming back my job now. Because it starts with the entire ecosystem, if we're talking about an ecosystem, from grade R all the way up. Because you then get, which goes back to what I'm saying, you then get back a student who's there who, because of material conditions granted and all of that, but in the space cannot survive. And they end up being lost and choked out by the system, which does not fix anything. Thanks.
No, the government guy can speak last. He's going to give us statistics like yesterday. I don't know whether it was Mark Twain or Benjamin Disraeli who said, there are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics. But anyway, it goes back. I think this Ubuntu captured me, and this podcast also captured me in the sense that it's the economy, stupid. I'm not an academic, so I'm not going to talk about universities. The academics, you guys must debate that. Me, I work, I'm on the shop floor. It's the economy. It goes back to that earlier point I made. if you're a service-based economy, the university is going to produce graduates for that service-based economy. But if your economy is based on industrialization and manufacturing like China, universities would produce what the economy needs. The reason now we are unable to absorb university graduates to the labor market is because they are not, you understand? But the economy is a service-based economy, and as a result, it's failing to absorb graduates because they are not, it's marketers and salespeople, and some did by biblical studies and so on. So it goes back to the point I made earlier on. Is the economy stupid? I'm gonna keep it that simple.
Okay, mine is going to be very short here, and I agree with the last speaker there. I think the key thing that we've picked up from our side is that there's a massive mismatch between, and I'm going to talk about general higher education sector, including TVET, universities, colleges, etc., and what the economy actually produces. So our role, and the role of a lot of other organizations similar to us, is to make sure that the opportunities out there are aligned, or they can retrospectively try and get curriculums to align with what's actually in demand. I came from humanities as well, like most of us. So and we humanities people mostly fit into anything and everything. So I think the biggest gap has been that we've, for the longest time over the last few years, generated graduates that are not that don't fit the requirements of what the economy actually produces. So the biggest thing and the biggest requirement right now is that curriculum and individuals as well need to fit into what the economy requires. So we've started to unlock opportunities for youth within the digital and AI skilling opportunities with some of the bigger corporate companies. So if you go out here, that's just one of my two requests. If you do go out, please go to the Yes gazebo or banner outside. There's a table there that is providing AI certified skills for anybody that can get that licensing. It's provided by a corporate company. So just go there, get the QR code, complete the certification, and you get a globally accredited certification, right? And those skills are what is currently in demand. It is AI, digital, and coding. So those are the skills that higher education needs to produce for the economy, because otherwise we're all going to be standing in the same queue applying for 10. We're all going to be standing in the same queue applying for 10 jobs, where that is not actually in demand.
Hey, these mics don't like me. Thank you very much to our panelists. Give them a round of applause. Now I want to come to the floor. You've heard their thoughts, opening thoughts, and then also further thoughts after the probing. The questions are very clear. The connections of the university, the society we live in, and the possibilities it creates for one to be human, and obviously get to be human means you do everything that you have potential to do, that you want to do. Basically, you become fully who you were intended to be and live your purpose. But universities are located in societies with existing power relations, right? You cannot divorce them from the economy. You also cannot divorce them from the existing class struggle that is taking place in society. And I also heard there are also different options of the university maybe we could explore. It does not mean that the neoliberal profit-driven university is the only option of the university we could have. There are different types of universities that we could experiment on depending on the needs that we want to address as a society. And I think CUT is one of such experiments where it wants to rather position itself more of being a community-driven and a developmental university driven by technology, but technology that is humanizing and embedded in the sensibilities of people to achieve overall sustainable development. So all those options and themes are what are coming through strongly from our panel. Now, I'm going to throw it back to the floor for you to ask questions or make comments, anything that comes first in your mind that you would like to understand and know and probe, please let us know. And then the panel, when you return, please give us your closing remarks as well. Doc, you'll be the first one. Pink Beanie, you are number 2. Leadership from the Sol Plaatje University, you'll be number 3. And then you'll be number 4. My brother, I can't see, sorry, because of the light. And then right at the back, is your hair pink or... Okay. Pink hairstyle, you'll be the last one for this round. I promise we will return for round number 2. I can see there's a lot of interest for this panel. Number 1.
Thank you very much. I'm going to touch on the ecosystem of university society as well as universities as profit-driven. The first one on the ecosystem, I think there are gaps. When we talk about whether we are getting the right student at university, the question should be, are we ready for the kind of student coming into university? We are a country with its own problems from apartheid and stuff. We know the schooling system. And therefore, how do we close that gap to make sure that the student who comes into university is able to succeed? But we have this rush because we are time-bound to want to produce very quick. We don't make enough time to develop the student to become what we need in the system. And I think the higher education environment needs to expand. The TVET environment needed to be bigger because the youth is made to believe that if you're successful, you need to go to university. So the youth comes to university, and we don't have enough, a big sector enough to absorb the students, especially in the TVET system. I want to challenge the belief that universities are profit-driven. Mainly because universities, out of the 26 universities in South Africa, show me one that would survive 2 years if there was no subsidy. The last stats, in fact, was talking about no university surviving a year. Because universities are trying to survive. Because the funding streams, it's subsidies, it's student fees, and all sorts of third stream incomes. And even those third stream incomes, it's not to make profits. It's to actually explore other areas of expertise to serve society. So I'm still to see a university that is profit-making because those reserves, it's just fear that, if the subsidy keeps going down like it does, a university might not survive. Thank you.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Tshogofatso Majale, and I am currently a student here at CUT. This is my first year, and I am a Motheo College graduate. So my question goes to Mr. Wandisile and also Mr. Ltabo regarding students that are also like graduates or from other campuses. And now the opening statement said that people who are doing marketing are not that much needed. And I am a marketing student, to put it there. I'm a marketing student, and what I wanted to ask, if marketing students are not needed, then what should we do if now we people that are in marketing do not even qualify to be there? Because now some of the subjects that people do, they push them to do marketing. Now I did science subjects, and this is my first time doing anything regarding marketing or economics or anything. I didn't like economics. So what should we do for us to be able to be in the market? Because now what I know is that when you are a marketing student and there's a plumber or there's a doctor or whatever, you're going to need a marketer to be able to market your business to the world out there so that they be able to be getting people to come into the business. So that is my question. I thank you.
Firstly, I never said marketing students are not needed, right? So it wasn't me. But I mean, to answer your question, so what I believe, and I'm going to talk about the entrepreneurship, opportunity specifically, right? So we've started an entrepreneurship program, that provides entrepreneurship opportunities for around 200 youth that we started last year. And something that I've actually picked up, from the SMMEs and, businesses that we're currently working with that are youth-owned, is a lot of them don't have marketing services. A lot of them are not able to market their own businesses efficiently. So I'd rather push it back to you to rather say, if there isn't any opportunity in the market, why don't you create the market? Why don't you be the business person, right? Why don't you open up a business and provide services for all the youth here, for all the other businesses out there that don't have the money to be able to employ somebody permanently? So my motto is always, be the change. If the market doesn't exist, be the change. We obviously try and facilitate that, there needs to be changes in curriculum, but I mean, in your situation, you just need to take the opportunity and grasp it and be the change.
Yeah. All right. So on that note, those were your closing remarks. He was itching, yeah. So, the remaining, two, ne? The remaining 3 questions, just try to be crisp, ne? 2 minutes, straight to the point, and then the 3 remaining closing remarks on the panel then will be provided. Is that it?
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Gabby Tulubudi, and I'm a student representative. I'm part of the Student Representative Council from Soapbike University. So my question is actually posed from what Dr. Mzileni said about bridging the gap between universities and the workplace in dehumanizing like employees, well, students or graduates, I should say. So I wanted to ask a question. Are you meaning that now we must demolish the working system that we are currently using? Because in actual fact, the workplace is a dehumanizing space. Whether we like it or not, it's just something that we need to accept, that the European working space, it's going to be a dehumanizing space. We conform to time zones that were brought by the Europeans. And then with that, I want us to look at it from a point of view of us as Africans, reclaiming our agency, because there's things like service delivery in South Africa that we complain about, but we depend on the state to fix that. And we were part of a program in Rwanda, and in Rwanda, what's so nice about them and innovative is that they took that challenge that they're dealing with in society. And in this case, I'm not talking about entrepreneurship, because Mr. Twala did mention that, we shouldn't really focus on entrepreneurship a lot, but in being innovative, there's things that you can do that do not necessarily focus on entrepreneurship. So with that, with the program from Rwanda, they focused on taking that healthcare service delivery problem and creating an innovative idea. So I think as youth, we need to also focus on doing things like that. So taking the problems that we deal with in society and also with the whole dehumanizing question, I think it needs us to focus on, do we really want to conform to the European working system, or are we reclaiming back our African agency in the workspace? Thank you.
You're covered. Okay, pink hair at the.
Connor Blomfontein has a beef with me. Greetings again. Doctor, I feel I'm in some sort of a juxtaposition when you say you must spend a bit of like 2 minutes, because the concept you have just ironed out to the table is much more vast and complex. But nonetheless, my take firstly would be that before we go any further, I've picked up over the years that one of the mistakes that we've been doing, we allow the world to tell us the direction we must go. That is the first mistake we keep on doing. I mean, who must tell us firstly what to wear? Because that is the economy of those people. As soon as you should tell me that for me to be a human being, I should wear this jacket, the company that produces this jacket is not even in South Africa. Or the sneakers I'm wearing. And the idea behind those things. So if we can firstly start decolonizing and paving a journey for ourselves to say, how do we want to build our own society? Jobs will spin from that. Because firstly, the idea of minerals itself, it's a giant scam. For an example, take diamonds. Women in this room would value diamonds so much. But who took a decision to say diamonds must be very valuable? That is the first question you should say. That simply means I can build something as an African and proclaim that, no, the value of this thing is this much. But because the entire idea has been captured, we get sold everything. Honestly, we are at the gutters fighting for jobs that we don't even know why we are doing them. Why must I wake up and be an engineer? How does that serve blackness? So until we question the status quo of what we want to do, we will keep on doing this merry-go-round. And I believe such was planted the very same apartheid regime to cause confusions. Because these dialogues have been held for years and years, but the situation in our country keeps on declining. I can tell you now, in 2004, there were such discussions. In 2007, there were such discussions. In 2015, there were such discussions. We're in 2020 right now, we are still having these such discussions. No matter how much we can spew out, no matter how much vocabulary, literature-wise, we can be sharp, we are in a system that doesn't allow us to spread out our wings and fly. So I don't even believe that no matter how many engagements we'll have, it's not starting with us. I'm a student leader. I'm here to pass. No matter how much sharp I can talk, I will pass. Another one will come and talk and pass. But the situation will keep on declining. So it reverts me back to a Russian philosopher and a politician named Vladimir Lenin to say, in all this chaos and confusion, what then must be done?
Sure.
From there on, thank you very much, Doctor.
Hola. No Pinky? You are the last one.
I hope I'm audible. Okay. Greetings to the House at large, honorable panel. My name is Oletu Murage, final year IT student at CUT and a member of the Welcome Debating Society, right? Before I engage, I'd just like to remind the House on the question that was necessarily posed, right? It was, essentially the discussion was supposed to be around how industries can like better create spaces where we can best express our humanity. And I think then this was kind of lost along the way. And I think the person who best engaged with this question was Ms. Tau over there. So to engage with her, I want to concede to two things. Then I think that one, I can concede to the fact that there is a gap in the humanities and where society is going, right? And two, how then universities were not necessarily created to accommodate humanities and that sort of thing, right? I think then what I'd like to know from Ms. Tawon, or what I'd like her to touch on, is how then universities can further bridge this gap, because we think that like they have the best position to do so, right? So I'd like to know how then universities can better bridge this gap, because as much as they're not created to accommodate the humanities or students in humanities, they have like the best interest to do so and the best tools to do so, especially considering how they're actually engaging with students in this sector, right? So then how can, especially seeing how we have AI and humans are less needed in workspaces now, how then can universities create a space where humans can still express themselves in these sectors, especially in 10 years' time where technology will be taking over? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for all your comments and questions. The first message of disappointment for the audience I want to register quickly is, because of time, we will unfortunately not have the second round for this panel. But there is the final panel coming up where we will take more questions from the floor. Now, there was a question directed at me from you, but I'm not a member of this panel. I'm only facilitating. So all I want to say to you is, it's a brilliant comment, a brilliant question. I will respond to you face to face. I'll come straight to you after the panel is done. But I'm very impressed with the student leadership from Sol Plaatje University. Keep going in that direction. I like the things you read. I like the way you also articulate yourself. And I think, Buntu, you are doing an incredible job with student development at Sol Plaatje. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, back to the panel to wrap it up. So Buntu, you will go first, Wandisile thereafter, and then Dr. Tau. You saw most, they loved your inputs. You then close it for us, definitely. Buntu?
Can I have that review in paper, ne? So that my performance bonus becomes proper? No, my closing comments are very simple in the sense of, in terms of the ecosystem that the original discussion, right, is that we need to ask ourselves, all these various spaces, are we providing the requisite support that's there in terms of whether you talk about entrepreneurship and you talk about employability? Because if we want to focus on students, is that in a space that I know, is that Dr. Choi will be able to explain to you, is that the focus is on the academic project. And what we then term the holistic development, or let's call it the student development element, which forms part of the holistic development, becomes seen as secondary, because the interest becomes on the throughput. And we don't necessarily understand the holistic development of a student. That, for example, if you ask most people in universities, it's been said for other days that once a person participates in various areas, they don't become like a normal graduate. It gives them an added advantage. Hence, then we speak about holistic student success and all of that. So that's one of the challenges that's there. It's that the focus on the academic project, which is correct, then, and then a non-focus on terms of the holistic development of a student, is that when what disadvantages a student? So we need to go and relook at how do we provide the requisite support. Because this was also part of the ecosystem, as you are saying, Doc. Because this is part of that. Because from here you develop and you move and people become interested in various areas. So let me stop there, but thank you very much, Doc.
No, thanks, colleagues. The lady with the pink beanie, I'm glad you're at university, my sister. I'm not saying that you should be fired for doing marketing. No, I'm glad you are here, you are learning. There's space for everyone. But I like what Prince Marshall said yesterday, that we need to be realistic. We have a crisis. The reality is that many of you won't get jobs immediately after graduating. Some of you, you won't even do what you studied. You will go to other industries because of the situation. So it is in that context that I say that we need to encourage students for University of Technologies, as Bundu was saying, TVETs, practical skills that are needed for the economy to grow, and link that to our macroeconomic policy of, if you say you're going to manufacture platinums here, and then we need those skills to do that. Currently, they're going to China and Germany and elsewhere. So that is in that context that I was saying. But I'm glad you are here and you are learning. It's a good thing. And parting short, that fellow over there from the SRC guy, that guy is very angry. And necessary anger. It's that agitation that we need, that disturbing the status quo that we need. So yeah, young people must have that agency. I think that's the point of this conference, that we need to have that agency of changing the way things are going, not just accept that I am meant to grow up and then go and be a laborer in the shop floor situation. So I think, my brother, you are on a good spot. Encourage other young people to view society differently and agitate. Thank you, guys.
Is it me or is Letawa getting 30 seconds at least? Oh. Sometimes the university doesn't want to be human, brother. Okay, so I've got a couple of things to say, and I want to close in a very specific way. The first one is maybe to answer, I think, Olwetu's question. I think it's Olwetu, right? Yeah? Olwetu, and there was a comment made by my brother here in front about the continuous ways in which we are having these conversations, and we are continuing to have these conversations. The first thing is that it is not true that these conversations are not yielding anything productive. I spent a very long time with Buntu and Pedro. We were on the same university for a very, very long time. Fees Must Fall happened. The students on that particular campus responded, outside of protest, responded with a demand to curriculayize, do I call that? And we responded with an entire curriculum that speaks to all these different factors of how do we create a student or a graduate that is justice-orientated and understands the social conditions despite the discipline that they come from. The second thing is to say, and maybe this is to challenge you, Olwetu, and many of you here in this room, is to say, what then should we do with this kind of program? What becomes your contribution in next year's program? And what do you want to see 5 years down the line in the curriculum, in the physical space? So for example, next year, do we want to find ourselves again in But Trotsky's hall? Or do we want to find ourselves in Ellen Kuzwayo behind us, interestingly? And how is this university intellectualizing, fine, But Trotsky's contribution and Ellen Kuzwayo's contribution? So unfortunately, the university is not going to change for you. Inclusion only works when you say, I want to be included and this is how I want to be included. So it takes mobilizing in a different way that involves you saying, this is how I want to come out of here, and this is the legacy I want to leave in this university. So maybe lastly, I want us to maybe vision and think about what the future can look like. And wherever you're sitting, you can close your eyes if you want to, if that's your thing. I want you to imagine the year 2035. Given the context of technology and the economy today, how fast-paced it's changing, what kind of individual are you? Are you someone that has highly sought in demand skills? Are you entrepreneurial? What kind of work, industry, field are you in? Does that industry even exist today? How, or, what skills are essential for you to become an expert in the next decade? Thanks, Doc.
Beautiful. Thank you so much to our panel. Let's give them one more round of applause. Excellent. You may take your seats. Now, Dr. Sebage, Dean of Students, I want to hand over the mic back to the program director. My time is now completed. Thank you so much. Ndiyabulela.
Thanks, Dr. Mzileni. I don't want to ask Prince Marshall about 2035 for him to imagine, because I know his answer. What will happen? Without wasting time, just to briefly, we're going to have Mr. Marshall. We're going to give you 30 minutes. And then followed by Mr. Twala. And then we'll have an engagement, and then Peseval. So over to you, Dr. Marshall.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, is it good morning? It's afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. In 2035, the majority of people who come from universities will be unemployed. Did you hear that? In 2035, the majority of people who come from universities will be without jobs. I've been asked to talk about, and I'll explain, and I mean it, by the way. I've been asked to talk about artificial intelligence and politics. Artificial intelligence is probably the most important subject that people who are concerned about the future of work should be talking about and thinking about. We can still talk philosophy, but at the end of the day, people want to eat. So, let me start here. I want to simplify this whole thing. Let me trace the history of human beings in a very short space of time. The history of all human beings in the world. The first man, stroke woman, the first human beings were hunter-gatherers. Forget the stages before that. Were hunter-gatherers. They wake up in the morning, get into the bush, look for the nearest animal, kill it, eat, sit under the tree. The cycle goes. I'm done with the first man. That's the first stage. The second stage was a farmer. Subsistence farming. You wake up in the morning, you till. Now you are settled, you are no longer moving around. The first man was moving around. If you finish animals here, the first man, you go to the next bush and. Now the second man, stroke woman, now is settled. Tills here, As a second stage, I'm done with the second stage. Remember, I'm tracing the history of all human beings. So if you listen carefully, there are no human beings anywhere in the world who didn't go through these stages. Nowhere in the world. And I'm going to the third stage. The third stage was the stage of the factory. That's when real politics was born. The stage of the factory. So you wake up in the morning, you go to a factory to work. In the evening, you come back home. At that stage, you now get thousands of people in the morning. You now need trains to take them from their homes to work, and they come back. That's what is called the industrial stage. Now then Karl Marx comes in now and says, hi man, there are now two categories of human beings here. The categories of those who own the means of production, the factories, and the categories of those who work, the exploited, the proletariat. That's Karl Marx now. Then politics begins. He then says there is a conflict here, a class conflict. These ones who own, when they now divide the profit that was made by the factory, which was a social process, no longer invite those who work to say, guys, now the profit is here, now let's share. And then theories about socialism and communism are born. That's the third stage. And I'm going to come to the final stage now, which is where we are, which is the most dangerous stage in the history of mankind. The first three stages were not dangerous. Why? They were not dangerous because mankind during the first three stages never believed that there is something that can think and do things better than human beings. Did you get that? The first three stages, humankind never believed, it didn't cross the mind of human beings that there could be something that can think and do something better than human beings. This is very important, guys. I hope you're getting it. Let's now come to the fourth stage. This is where we are. They call it the fourth industrial revolution. You see, when they talk about the fourth, especially politicians, they talk about these things, they have no understanding. That's why you can't even follow what they are saying. The fourth stage is the most dangerous because we have now come as human beings to a point where we now believe and actually have now seen that there is something that can think and do things better than us as human beings. It's called artificial intelligence. Did you get that? Something can think and it can do things better than us. It's the most dangerous stage. So the war in Ukraine breaks up. There is a chap called Elon Musk. He is the first to volunteer his equipment to Ukraine to go fight the Russians. No human beings involved. Drones operated through the internet. Never in the history of mankind had we witnessed that. Now, I'm coming to you in 2035. You see, what I said is still a bit philosophical. Now I want to come from the sky to the ground. How does this thinking that something can think and do things better, how does it translate practically to life? It translates itself through a simple principle called an unmanned system. Unmanned system. Take note. Unmanned system. An extremely dangerous system. So let me tell you how an unmanned system works. In the US now, you can call Uber, and the car comes. There is no human being. It opens the door, you jump in, and it takes you to the restaurant. You know, you will think I'm dreaming. You will think this chap is really, really smoking. What I am telling you guys, it's real. It's already happening. You know, I sit and listen to long philosophical discussions. I'm thinking, my goodness. My goodness. Now, if you can have a car that can drive itself, it opens the door, you jump in, it takes you to a restaurant, you no longer need a driver. Now, here's the thing. During the third stage of factories, workers used to complain that they are exploited, right? Do you know what is the crisis of human beings now? They are yearning to be exploited. They are looking for exploitation. Yes, I want work. Yes, they want to be exploited. Now, the owners of capital have realized these people, when they work for us, they take a smoke break. They organize themselves into unions. They chat and waste time. Now, all of them will no longer be exploited. The machine will do the work. You know, when you go to Europe, Western Europe, or even in the US, by the way, and if you have not traveled, you will not know what I'm talking about. You get to a filling station. This idea that you are going to find someone, a petrol attendant, who's going to help you fill up your car, it doesn't exist. Even in most parts of East Asia, the machine just operates itself. You just get there, the machine operates itself. I was on a bullet train in China, sat behind the cockpit. This thing, top speed, almost 600 miles per hour. Two young ladies in their 20s are sitting there, screens in front of them. Actually, they're not driving this thing. It's operated by this thing. And I see this thing is going like this. Even autopiloting. I once was on a plane that went to Germany. The pilots sit there and they announce we are on autopiloting. From the beginning, it landed itself on the other side. So where am I going with this? Guys. Artificial intelligence is going to wipe out all these professions that you think you are studying. They are going to be wiped out. That's the first point about artificial intelligence. Going to be wiped out. Now, let me now get into politics. You see, there is a fight, the real fight that is happening in the world now. It's actually between two countries, and it's gigantic. Okay. You don't believe me that artificial intelligence is going to take your jobs? Google. Do you know which company is the biggest company in the world today? It's a company called NVIDIA. Worth is the biggest company. Listen to this. It's worth more than $4 trillion. More than $4 trillion. In other words, just check the GDP of South Africa. You'll see. South Africa is like a small little department of this company. Worth more than $4 trillion. Do you know what it produces, NVIDIA? It produces microprocessors, chips. You know what are chips? Are things that make it possible for computers to do work without human beings. If you then say the biggest companies in the world, just check, you will see it's software companies that are at the top. So, politics, and I'm concluding now. China has an AI program. The plan is that by 2030, and 2030 is not far, I mean, we're in 2025 now. As a country, their AI industry will be worth 100 billion in terms of investment. What the government is investing. Now, the US, just last week on Wednesday, Trump made a massive announcement that the US is making a huge investment in AI. Why? These two countries know that the future of the world is in AI, artificial intelligence. In other words, the majority of work will be done by machines without human beings. That's the summary of the story. Now, as I conclude, say, in South Africa, what are we politicking about? Huh? When we say we're talking policy, yeah, we're politicking about stuff that will never give you, that will never help you in the future. We must begin to change the content of our politics. If we don't change the content of our politics, let me tell you what's going to happen. You will feel good about whatever you're talking about, but you are going to live in misery. Yes, I'm going to tell you, I'm not looking for popularity. I'm going to tell you the hard and the toughest truth that those who want to be popular will never tell you. The advantage is this. I do follow what's going on in the world in this area, number one. Number two, I travel. The rest of the world, I can tell you, they're not talking about the stuff we're talking about here. The last point is this. We black people, now I'm addressing black people. Black people. Forget this idea that there's someone who owes you something. Did you get that? Or someone who has wronged you. Did you get that? If you study the history of the world, let me tell you, there is no one who has not been wronged. There is no one who has not been wronged or who has wronged another person. So if you spend your time worrying and thinking about someone who has wronged you, let me tell you, you will be a victim until you die. What we must politic about, what we must think about, it's how do we make our future better in a world that is changing, that is being taken over by technology stroke AI. Thank you. Amen.
Thanks. We'll move swiftly to Busi Setwala. He's a youth development strategist and a higher education leader, currently serving as the residence manager at Nelson Mandela University, with a master's in education from Cape Peninsula University of Technology, CPUT, focused on inclusive pedagogy. He previously held national leadership roles as Deputy Secretary General of the South African Union of Students, SAUS, where he advocated for equitable student funding and mental health policies. His work bridges academic research, student affairs, and Afrocentric leadership development, including presentations at the National Association of Student Development Practitioners, NASDEV Best Practice Summit, the Akua I Green Campuses Conference, and the Department of Higher Education and Training National SRC's induction program. He is the founder of the Next Gen Leadership Solution, which designs programs to empower youth agents in Africa's socio-economic transformation. Mr. Twala would be speaking on reflecting on Afrocentricity as a pathways to decolonize globalization, lessons for the youth. Over to you, Mr. Twan. Let's give a round of applause, please. No, thank you very much, Program Director, distinguished guests, the management of the university, and greetings to everybody present here. Good day, everyone. Sanibonani, molweni. Yeah, I'm going to be brief. Within the allocated time, of course. There can never be a tomorrow without a yesterday. And I'm happy just to add a 2 cents contribution to the topic that we have been given on reflecting on Afrocentricity as pathways to decolonize globalization, the lessons for the youth, the student youth which is here present today. Audre Lorde remarks, and I quote when he says, if we do not define ourselves for ourselves, we will be crunched into other people's fantasies and eaten alive, unquote. So Afrocentricity is not a nostalgia. It's a method, a worldview, a strategy for reclaiming agency, history, and destiny for African people, especially the youth. Globalization in its current form did not arrive neutral. It was born through colonial conquest, slavery, and destruction of indigenous knowledge systems. The challenge, therefore, for us is, can the African youth lead globalization from the periphery, not just as passengers, but as active participants? With the previous speakers who had spoken even earlier on in the day, I had felt that as much as a lot was covered, but I had hoped that something was going to be said about the land. Ufanon reminds us that land is not just about the territories and the hectares that we see. In our context, land is also about memory. It is about identity. It is about dignity. It is also about the economy. He says, and I quote, for a colonized people, the most essential value, because it is the most concrete, is first and foremost the land which will bring them bread and above all dignity. Mawubuya umhlaba. In the African setting, a child is born and the umbilical cord is buried on the ground, on the land of the forefathers. A tree is planted on the top of the same ground that it was buried. As the tree grows and the child grows, they grow together. This is
in line with the practice of Ubuntu. I am because we are, and because we are, the earth is. This point emphasizes our interconnectedness, which extends to the land, to the rivers, the ancestors, and all living beings as Africans. And I thought that is critical because many of our problems started there. And I think much work and discussion for us as a youth is critical to explore this issue of the returning of this land. Fanon emphasizes that it is also the source of the wealth. Cattle care for us in the African setting is critical. There is the book, Triangle of 100 Years War, written by Dr. J.J. Klass, where he emphasizes this point. That to us as African people, the issue of cattle was a very important and sacred animal. In that, it served as a connection between the past, the present, and the future. Because those cattle that would be there would have been passed on from the great-grandfathers, the grandfathers, and will also be passed on to the next generation. We grow up, we do everything else, these cattle are here. In the Eastern Cape, for an example, if you take a person like Umaqoma, when he went to initiation school and he returned, he was gifted the ox, Ujingli. That was the ox that was gifted. Unto that ox, he named his nation, the nation of Amajingli. So I'm emphasizing the point of how important cattle were to us. When you hear about Amakwati as well, speaking about his Tagazelo, inkomo zikaXesibe, zikamchuchube, and all of that, zinkomo ezo, those are the cattle. That's how important they were to us. So I felt that it was important that we touch on that because there is the issue of the historical trauma and the colonization of space. And this is a matter that we can't just overlook. We need to be able to speak unto it. So I won't dwell much. I think much has been said about colonial land theft. I'm happy that Sol Plaatje is here. Because in 1913, it is Sol Plaatje who writes, "I woke up a pariah in the land of my birth." I will speak less about the spatial apartheid. I think it was touched on earlier on. And the issue of land as an identity, of which Fanon argues that colonization, of course, we've said, it's not just about the colonization of the land, but it is also about the occupation of the mind. That land was also a psychological theft to us as a people. There is a gentleman, Nelson Maldonado Torres, where he differentiates between colonialism and coloniality. He says, and I quote, "Coloniality is different from colonialism. Colonialism denotes a political and economic relation in which the sovereignty of a nation or a people rests in the power of another nation, thus making that nation an empire." That is colonization, according to Torres. Coloniality, on the other hand, refers to long-standing patterns of power that emerged as a result of colonialism, yes, but which continue to shape culture, labor, intersubjective relations, and knowledge production well beyond the formal end of colonial administrations. Thus, coloniality survives colonization. He says, it remains alive in the criteria for academic performance, in cultural patterns, in common sense. Even common sense is not so common anymore. In the self-image of us as a people, and in the aspirations of self. In a way, as modern subjects, we breathe coloniality all the time, every day. And that is what Torres says. Now, on the issue of, and I'll speak about Asante, I'll come back to Fanon, and then we go to practical implementations and take-homes for us as young people. Umulife Asante, on the issue of Afrocentricity, insists that Africa must be placed at the center of any analysis concerning African people. That is what this whole Afrocentric point is about. It must be corrective. Afrocentricity must be corrective to challenge Eurocentric knowledge production that sees Africa as a dark and chaotic other. That's what Asante says. Afrocentricity to us, it encourages us to reclaim our languages, our cosmologies, and oral traditions that we have. I think it's Gungika Tiogo on the language that says a lot, that it is both, it is not just, it is both, it's got a dual factor. That's what Ngugi argues. That language has got a dual factor, in that it is both a means of communication, but it is also a carrier of heritage and culture. So how we even implement that in our education system is a very point to think about. Afrocentricity encourages us to rethink education and leadership through Ubuntu and refuse the narratives of deficiency of Africa as a poor, broken, and backward continent. In the Wretched of the Earth, Ufanon does not see this whole issue of decolonization as a peaceful transition of governance or as a symbolic illusion of black people into colonial structures. He calls for a complete overturning of the colonial world order, a radical reordering of society's economic, political, and psychological foundations. Uchufanon on decolonization. I was listening to the discussion and I had wanted it to get to the point where we reflect on our situation and to what Fanon is saying about this complete overturning of the colonial order in our context as South Africa. And the negotiated settlement. That what does this new democratic South Africa mean? Was it a matter of just us occupying the government position and it ended there? Did we touch on the economic ownership patterns? What about the psych? What about everything else that happens in society? Listen, Bonile, amabomvana khona apha, they can tell us more about that. That every sector of the South African economy continues to be monopolized by those who've done so before. Whether you're looking at the pharmaceutical sector, the financial sector, you name it, it continues to be dominated. Program director, so that I can move over to the positive matter in the second half of this 15 minutes. There were many referrals of books and all of that. Let me also refer so that we just add, young people. You see, Lenin says, young people, your job is to learn, and learn. Must learn. Walter Rodney writes a book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. It's one of the books that I must just prescribe as a young person. Mahmoud Mamdani also writes, he writes many books, but there's this one that is referred to as Citizen and Subject. If you want to understand in the colonial setting how as a people we were governed, you can take a read on that. Now, the youth in the crossfire of globalization. There's the crisis that we continue to face as a society. We are grappled with the triple crisis of unemployment, of poverty, and deep levels of inequality in our country. I think in the previous panel, it was pointed out that according to the fourth quarter last year, Stats SA did release to say that we do have 45.5% of youth unemployment in South Africa. There's about 3.5 million young people in South Africa who are in the what is referred to as the NEET category. They are not in education, they are not in employment, they are not in training. Between the ages of 15 and 24. So if they are not in education, they are not in employment, they are not in training, where are they? They are adding to the army of the unemployed. This is part of the crisis that we are painting insofar as the lessons for the youth. Global capitalism and the extractive trade systems continue to marginalize our economies in Africa. The Western cultural domination through media, education, fashion, and even faith is part of the issues. That young people, the youth, adopt these global trends and remain dislocated from their identity. Kufuna sibuyele embo. Let's go back to our roots. So we are saying that Afrocentricity says that we need to start by being rooted on the ground. You would understand again that opening line that I made about the bearing of the umbilical cord. Uthi xa usu connected to the ground, even when you face all sorts of troubles in the world, you remember to go back to the land of the forefathers and reconnect. Now, I love Biko's philosophy that was spoken so well about earlier on. Because Biko's philosophy on black consciousness is usually referred to also as a meta theory. It's not one of those grand philosophies, that speaks about the economy, but it is a very empowering philosophy. That says, black man, black woman, you are beautiful. You are capable. It gives agency for you to stand up and do it for yourself. I agree. Let's not all just sit around table and cry about some of these realities. Let's take action. Let's stand to move forward. And in the late 80s and in the mobilization that used to happen in our country, it was the point that we took charge of our communities. We used to have street committees. Nobody could just come to the community and so forth. No. As the community members would stand up and protect ourselves. Our participation, and I think Yologa's yesterday came very through, our participation in people's centers of power, we SGBs and all of that, we need to be able to take an interest insofar as everything that is concerned. I love the point that was also raised that says, young people must learn. In his book, Diary of a CEO, I'm coming closer again up and South Tibana, no Prince. Stephen Bartlett, in that book, speaks about the 5 buckets of success. He says that you can't succeed if your buckets are not filled and filled in the right order. The first bucket of success that he talks about is what you know. That in whatever area of specialization that you are involved, you need to know. You need to read intensely. What it is that you do, I don't know what you are studying or what it is that you specialize, but you need to be so read that nobody could come and tell you otherwise about the subject matter that you are dealing with. So the first bucket is knowledge. That's why I spoke about Lenin when he says the role of the youth is to learn, learn, and learn. You need to be a knowledgeable young person. 2, the second bucket, he speaks about what you can do. Those are the skills. So you need, as a young person, to equip yourself with the relevant skills that are needed to take you forward. I mustn't give them all the buckets. You know, I used to be an educator, so as part of the homework, they must be curious. But the third bucket, it's about who you know. Yeah. He says that your network can be your net worth. So when you come to platforms such as these and conferences, and I think the point was made yesterday that young people, you need to be active in organizations, in societies, go to conferences, meet other people in other institutions. You are growing your network. In responding, because I like the point that says, let's not just cry around the table and say, hey, what are these issues? I'm a big advocate. Where's the TVET? Dr. Sbake, I was very happy to learn that part of the delegation that has come is the TVET College, Mutiwo TVET. That's very key. Because for me, that is part of how we turn things around. We need to popularize TVET colleges, including universities of technology, but the TVETs in particular. Because it's true that it's not everybody who's going to come to a university. If you get to travel, you know, fortunately, you know, when you're involved, you get to travel. I too had once went to China. The late Buile Matiwane organized a trip as part of the leadership at the time, just to learn and interact with our counterparts. But what you would find is that it is the skills that are produced in the TVETs that are the one that can be able to take us out from the mess that we're in. Where you learn artisan skills, you become a plumber, you learn how to do plumbing. You become an electrician, and so forth. Those are the skills that are needed, that are going to be able to change your immediate circumstances. So I'm an advocate, as part of the lessons to the youth, is that as well as the technical skills as well that we learn from the universities of technology. So I'm a big advocate for that. The popularization of TVETs, and TVETs being institutions of first choice. We're even up. I don't need to be able to come to a university and learn Maths 105 and integration and all of that, chain rule and plumbing. Plumbing, I open a business. I'm a big advocate as well. As part of that, the entrepreneurial development and support. Young people must open businesses and actually be supported. Dr. Sbake, I know you used to be a champion of that. One of the leading institutions when it comes to entrepreneurship is the Nelson Mandela University. Yeah. Let's have entrepreneurial hubs. Where's the hubs, colleagues of CUT, that are going to support students, where they're going to be trained about how to develop business plans, be trained and get mentorship, and also get startup capital. There's many success stories that we've seen. So I'm a big advocate for that. Also the partnerships. particularly an institution like CUT, because this thing of partnering with TVETs is very critical. That when the student is coming out of there with whatever qualification, articulation, they can be able then to come and do a diploma and then continue if they so wish. But it is very important. The digital transformation and 4IR, I agree, we agree, Mr. Marshall. You see, you can't wish away technology. It's like a winter in Bloemfontein. You can pray very hard in your room. When winter has arrived, it's arrived. We need to be able to adapt. In my previous life, it wasn't read in the bio. I used to be an educator for commercial. I taught mathematics and computer science. But what I didn't like is that these technical skills, Dr. Mzileni, it's only the affluent schools that offer information technology as a subject in the high schools. So meaning this future of 4IR, of artificial intelligence, and all of that, it's only those who go to your Model C affluent schools that are going to be able to get that. When a student comes to a university of technology like SPU, like CUT, it's for the first time that they learn programming when they go to do course 101. And they are heavily disadvantaged. Kuthethwa nge-data types, kuthethwa nge-object-oriented programming and all of that, umntana loss. The first time actually that they've seen a computer is now when they come to universities. So part of the lessons is saying that these subjects are there. Why are they not being offered in our communities, in the rural areas, as Lokshin, in our high schools? That is a battle that young people must go fight for. If we're saying that the future is 4IR, why is information technology not available in black schools in the townships? And then they come, students are struggling, they get excluded. They were set up to be excluded. They didn't get the support from the onset. So it's one of the issues. Work integrated learning, practical exposure becomes important. I think in the University of Technology, that's a big thing. So is it in the TVETs. So those are part of the issues that we are putting forward. Then maybe as we sit down, within these 3 minutes that's left, is the Africa Free Trade Agreement, which is very important. It was launched in, I think, 2021, and it is the world's largest free trade area by country membership. It is aiming to integrate 55 African economies to a single market. Over 1.4 billion people in the continent. That is what it's about. Why is this important? It's important because under the colonial and post-colonial globalization, Africa was integrated into the global economy as a supplier of the raw materials and the market for Western goods. That was all. The trade route, the infrastructure, the economic policies, they served external empires and not insofar as strengthening our own interconnectedness as a continent. So this Africa Free Trade Agreement is a chance to flip the script and offer infrastructure to rewire, to serve Africa first development. Let's develop the continent first. To break dependency on the former colonial powers and to foster the Pan-African economic solidarity. Now, the issue is that young people, we can then be able to use this Africa Free Trade Agreement to decolonize globalization, Dr. Sbaki. Youth entrepreneurs can produce and trade within Africa rather than rely on imports from Europe, China, and the US. We love chicken. Chicken is only 6 months. It's Australia. It's up in South Africa. Yeah? Fumano cancer and all of this nonsense. We're saying that young people, we must start producing, hence why we want the land. Mr. Mashele told us something, I hope I can share, about that project of yours in Pumalang. Why can't you have your own production oyenzayo? Dr. Sbake, I want to challenge CUT Student Affairs. Take a delegation of young people, send them to Africa. Send them to Tanzania, even if just to learn and interact with your fellow Africans. This thing of being a South African, you think there's a South African exceptionalism. You don't see yourself as an African and as part of the continent. Travel, see the world. And I think Student Affairs must be at the forefront of that. In the last minute, we're saying that youth startups, the innovations and all of that, let's work and support young people. I've spoken about the innovation hubs as well as part of the support because it is critical. Now, the issue I want to conclude on as I sit down is this. That this Africa Free Trade Agreement, by the way, also partnering with the initiatives as BRICS and the developing world, very important. But we're saying this free trade agreement is not just about an economic deal, but it is a historic chance to reconfigure Africa's place in the world. Through this, young people can turn Pan-Africanism into production, liberation into logistics, Afrocentricity into actual policy and enterprise. So we're saying that the youth must learn to think continentally. When you think, let's not just be limited by our borders. We need to be able to disrupt the global order. But we are saying to you, your leadership must be rooted in Africa and not rendered elsewhere. Africa has been written by others. We do not write our own history. And we need to change that. So in conclusion, Afrocentricity is not a retreat into the past, but we're saying that it is a strategic blueprint for us to be able to ensure total liberation. We must build a generation that is proud of its past, which is bold in the present, and which is prophetic about Africa's future. So let us not globalize without grounding. Let us decolonize by becoming more African and not less. Thank you.
One, two, oh sure. Thanks, Mr. Tuala and Prince. It was a nice turn to be panel discussion that looked at two major sub-themes, but if you listen to both speakers, it collides into one because before open up, I just got one question for each. And in fact, Prince, you were alluding to it when Tuala was saying. So my question is very straight and simple. So with what you were saying earlier on about the discussions we needed to having, it postures one thing. It means that the leadership we have is not all right. Right? Firstly. And secondly, even in the youth leadership we have is not discussing relevant things. So the question then becomes then, how then do we move that needle to get to that point where they discuss relevant things? Because to a person who is hungry, food is important. So when you're saying we're having the wrong discussions, what do you mean and what should be those discussions? Sure.
Yeah, you see, if you look at the African continent, it's a very vibrant continent when it comes to politics. We're very loud. We're very, very loud and energetic. But we're making no progress compared to other regions. Very energetic, no movement. If you look at East Asia, the Chinese, the South Koreans, the Singaporeans, You would think these people have no politics. No, soft-spoken, no viva. They are now, China is now the second largest economy in the world. It used to be a third world. Singapore, go and read Lee Kuan Yew's book, From Third World to First World. It used to be a backwater. Very complicated history. It's now a first world country. I mean, when you go to those areas, you're like, my goodness. No energy, no viva, no. That leadership understands how to organize a modern society, number one. Number two, that leadership is so educated in the modern sense. And they understand that politics should be an instrument of modern progress that should move people from backwardness to technical progress, and their material conditions must be better. Just take Lee Kuan Yew, for example, the former leader of, the father of Singapore. Where did he study? Cambridge University. If you were to talk to our leaders and say, study at Cambridge University in the UK, they will say, no. Decoloniality. How can you decolonize the mind? Yeah? You're decolonizing the mind, but you are making no progress. You are poor. You are the laughing stock of the Asians, not of the whites. Leave whites out of it. Of the Asians. So, the leadership. Here is the thing. We have a backward leadership that is stuck in the past. They're doing two things. Number one, their politics is so old and outdated. That's why we are stuck. Number two, they are thieves. They are stealing every day. That's the leadership we have. Now, the problem is this. This leadership, and I'm talking about the old ones, they have corrupted even their youth. The youth leadership at universities, and I'm going to be very unpopular here, are corrupt even themselves, the kids. The kids. Because what are they doing? They are doing what the parents are doing. So what do we do? What do we do? The beginning of it is to be unpopular and tell each other the truth. We are black here. I must stand before you and not by your face and tell you exactly the truth. So that we begin to shift discourse from this backward obsession with the kind of politics that is taking us nowhere. I hope I have answered your question.
One, two. Sure. Now, Twala, you were speaking about centricity, yes, and decolonizing globalization, which is going to touch upon what Mr. Mashel was talking about. We speak about African unity and all these concepts, Afrocentricity within governance and all of that. But to a degree, don't you think that we're perpetuating the same colonial and globalized systems of governance in terms of our leaders? That this is what Prince was saying. This is just a shop floor talk. But in terms of the actual change, whether I talk about African Union, I know Yolo guys is going to be angry with me, and all these other avenues that are there. But we're perpetuating this Western centricity in terms of thinking. We're just talking.
Thanks, facilitator. That is why we're saying that let's engage about these issues. That in everything that we do, let's put Africa at the center. And just to speak and to, just intertwine the points that Marx argues that men make their history. but they do not make it under circumstances of their choosing. The material conditions that you get to lead under are imposed on you. You don't choose them. And it is through discourse, yes, it's important. Let's have discourse, let's engage about these issues so that we can be able to have a common vision in terms of how do we get out of the mess that we did not choose for ourselves, but it was imposed on us. And using Afrocentricity as the basis of that, as I've articulated it. Two, ensuring that young people get to flourish. Young people do a lot, the student youth does a lot, even in institutions of higher learning. I was happy I'm seeing different organizations. We see them every year, demanding education, demanding to kick open the boom gates of institutions of higher learning so that they can be able to get education. We see them coming just after New Year to run campaigns, Sizofunda Ngengani, Right to Learn campaign, and others, trying to ensure that young people from poor, disenfranchised, and marginalized backgrounds are able to enter these institutions of higher learning to be able to improve situations and the families that they come from. So what I'm saying is that, but at the same time, as I've indicated in the presentation, we need to be more focused. As I've said, that emphasis for me should shift towards one, universities of technologies, yes, but more importantly, the TVETs. It's good, all and well, universities and all of that, but the majority of those young people, and that 3.4 million that I spoke about, that are not in education, not in employment, not in training. Some dropped out of school because bebengakwazi ukwenza maths or whatever the case may be. But if we go back to emphasize the issue of the comprehensive schools, where young people must learn woodwork, the one that people used to make fun of. There's a leader, apparently. Yeah. But it's important because you learn to do carpentry. There are people who are employed in university to fix cupboards and all of that in the Tibetan and the carpentry. To do plumbing, electricity, there's even now hairdressing that is offered. And all of that. Those are, for me, I see that as an opportunity because the artisan skills, they get to work with their hands, but then you need to then augment that learning and then bring entrepreneurship to say that now that you've learned this skill, why don't you then transform this into a business? We give them support, we give them training, we give them mentorship, then we give them a startup. As I've said, I've commended the Dean of Students here at CUT to say that one of the institutions that he was there for a long time, it's one of the leading institutions when it comes to entrepreneurship. Young people, there was a program now where the Minister of Small Business, they went there launching an incubator program. Young people, after they go through that program, they are given startups 50,000, 100,000, and their businesses are flourishing. So I'm saying, let's speak unto the solutions. And then after you've done that, you speak unto Afrocentricity as a pathway. Because, as I said, you mustn't just think locally, think continentally. Think about the product that you can do. Through this free trade agreement, you can send that product to Zambia. You can send it to Tanzania. You can send it to Kenya. And then you start to trade. That is how you are going to transform this economy.
Sure, thanks for that. It's a packed house. It's good. Questions? Please, to the point. Let's come down. To the point, straightforward. Let's not go to Dubai when we're in Bloemfontein. We'll note the first round. I'll need help from the roving mics. How many are there? There's one here. There's I think the two in the middle, 3 there, 4 the side, and 5. We'll stop there for now. There was one here. Okay, they've changed. Okay, let's start here. Yeah, please introduce yourself and then straight to the question, please.
Thank you very much. I'll just want to start it and give it to her.
Okay.
The second question.
The second question?
I had 2 questions, so
Okay.
I'll just ask one question and save it to her, the other question I was going to.
Young thoughts, I got it, but okay. It's fine.
Thank you very much. My name is Mukwena Tebo. I'm a student here at CUT. In terms of the socio-economic issues we're facing in our country, raising the issues of the youth. Now, because I'm entirely subscribed to other organizations, I would really to say, why don't you rally ourselves into the economic freedom fighters, because of they are the organizations that represents the economic issues that we're facing in this country, and they are the ones that are literally fighting against the economic issues that we have in this country. So, in a simple nutshell, let's rally the youth into the economic freedom fighters so that we get economic freedom in our lifetime.
Sure. I'm not going to make this a norm, but I'll allow it. Sure.
Good day, everyone. My name is Linde Loabahosi. I think that I was partly covered by my latter speaker, but I would like to first say thank you, CUT, for organizing a national dialogue without spending 700 million. My question is for 2 speakers or panelists to say, how do we then organize as young people? Because the reality is that we are very scattered as young people. We have different interests. Yes, we might say, let's gather in this particular space in time. But because of the material conditions and our interests as individuals, you might find that they are not aligning. So in a context of being Afrocentric as a young person and also being a global citizen, how do we then find a space or organize a space where we get to interact and learn more in terms of what we seek to achieve? Because I believe that at the end of the day, all of us, we want land, bread, and peace. Thank you.
Sure. Number 3 was down there. Oh, number 2, sorry. Yeah.
Good day. My name is Sepiso Mukwena, and before everything, I would first like to contextualize what colonization is, right? As a country that is considered under the global south, right? It was very easy for countries in the northern, in the global north, to colonize us as countries in the global south. So my question is, we are a country in the 4th industrial revolution, right? But in order to better our economic status, how are we as countries in the global south are supposed to attain advancement in technologies like artificial intelligence, right? Because as we can see that AI is the movement, AI is the future, but we are countries that are seen as economically we are not developed yet. So how can we be able to gain those type of technologies?
Thank you very much. And then there was the one at the back, yes.
Dumelang. My name is Tebo Khodi Tejani. I'm a debate, I take part in debate from Welcome Campus, chairperson of wellness, and I'm a house committee member. And I'm a final year IT student. So I'd like to start off by saying that just to touch on what Ntate Prince Mashele touched on, right? I listened to his podcast called SMWX with Season Pofu Walsh, right? And that basically gave me context with regards to what he's all about. And I'd like to start off by saying I'm privileged to be in the same room with you, sir. So, but on the context of the points that you touched on, you know, you started off with giving a history of human beings, right? And you said the first step was that we are hunter-gatherers. and we went on to being farmers. And also, basically, there was a time where factories started being the order of the day, right? And that's when politics began, right? So I'd like to just start by saying, I believe that politics actually, it's something that never started at any specific point, right? It started as soon as, where two or more people were able to actually advocate, right, for a group of people, whether using power or influence, right? That's where politics started, and it has always been there, right? But that's not my point. My point is on, the final stage that you said it's the fourth industrial revolution, AI, right? And I believe it's, it's not correct for a professional like yourself, right, to be standing on the podium, right, to give a talk on AI, right, basically sharing, giving fear, right, to all of us here, right? Whilst there are some of us that are studying IT, and I'd like to say that, you are from a politics background, but I don't see on your profile, respectfully, where it says that you have immense professional experience in AI, right? So, but basically, I'll be short.
Yes, please,
Yes,
please.
yes. So, but what I am personally advocating for, right, is that, firstly, what he said was that AI is here to take our jobs, right? So, to each and every, student that's in the room, right, this is what I'm here to advocate for as an IT student, right? Because AI is something that actually,
Can we come down in the house, please?
Please, guys.
Please.
Just finish my point, yeah. So AI...
And wrap up, yes.
Yes, AI is basically something that resulted because of human intelligence, right? And for us to allow, someone that is a professional to stand up to say that, guys, this is something that's going to take our jobs, let's stop it, or he does not necessarily give points as to what other alternative there is, right? So, but I'm here as an IT student to say that, guys, whether you...
Sure.
Wait. Whether you
No.
whether you allow it or
Sure,
not, right?
sure.
AI is here, and AI will take over. So my 2 cents to each and every one of you guys: take the initiative to upskill yourselves, right?
Sure.
There has been many revolutions in the past.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Can you go to the next speaker? Thank you very much. There was a hand this side. Yes, over there. Sure.
Sanbonani to the House at large. My name is Nkosiali Ndamahlangu, one of the delegates from Sol Plaatje University. So I was almost captured by the latter speaker over there. So what I wanted to say or ask is also directed to Mr. Mashel, because we do know that AI continues to automate industries and all that, basically making life easier, as we put it. But then, now what is our government's, educational institutions and businesses doing to ensure that workers are not displaced, but transitioned and empowered with new roles and evolving economy? So yesterday, Mr. Mashele, you said that we should be entrepreneurs, but Mr. Lucanio came in to say that not all of us can be entrepreneurs. Or rather, for all we know, everyone here could be an entrepreneur according to CIPC, but it doesn't mean that we'll all be successful entrepreneurs. So just like Mr. Tyler just said now, not everyone can be a programmer. So we can't all say that we can venture into saying that we all gonna now go and program something or invent something in the name of trying to be inside the AI thing. So I wanted to ask that, shouldn't now the focus be shifted to say that our leaders should invest in a sense that ensures that AI creates opportunities for the many and not just profits for the few? Because I don't understand how AI is supposed to be making life easier if all it does is just increasing the line of marginalization between those who have and those that do not.
Sure. Thank you very much. Then I think that the last one was over here.
Greetings. My
Sure.
name is Hereli Makakula. I'm from Soplaki University. I have 3 questions for Mr. Mashele. My questions are very simple. The first one is, you said a lot of young people in the university are going to be unemployed. So, as someone who is a future psychologist, I take it that I'm part of those people who are going to be unemployed. And also, you didn't really give pointers on what we can do. So my question is, what should we do? People like me, what should we do? The second question is, you said we need to change the context of our politics. So my question is, what content then should we focus on when we are looking at politics? The third question, you mentioned that we shouldn't worry about who wronged us. So my thing is, how can we not worry about who wronged us when we are still exploited, we are still living in poverty, and there's still a high level of unemployment? So, if you are saying that we shouldn't worry about who wronged us, I'm taking that you are saying that we shouldn't worry about our history, which is, I would take it as wrong, because the history is what informs what happens in South Africa today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, I'm going to ask you to be succinct when you respond so that we can take the last round. Tuala? Yeah.
Okay, no thanks, Program Director. I'll try to be as brief as possible insofar as the questions that were asked. Yes, let's unite. Let's unite African people. A very important point. The banner, I'm not too worried about that. And I think what Dr. Mzileni said in his first instance on the approach of Biko to leaders of liberation movements and all the black political parties, he recognized them as such. So I think the most important point is that there must be a unity, particularly of the oppressed. That is very critical, because it's through that unity that you are able to have a decisive way forward insofar as confronting particularly more of the strategic questions that still need to be answered insofar as the country is concerned, whether it's on land, whether it's in economy and all of that. So that is a very important issue. And not allow, immaturity, particularly from these big political parties. There must be a maturity of uniting, particularly on issues that are of concern to them and the people as a whole. How do we organize? No, you must organize as young people. And I think the first and foremost point is just to be informed. I think yesterday it was said that young people must read. I've said it today as well, that you need to be knowledgeable. Because it becomes a problem. Because now if you don't do that, you'll find obstacles. You can't lead what you do not know sufficiently about. So ensuring that we capacitate ourselves as young people to be knowledgeable in mostly all of the issues that are not just affecting us as young people, but are affecting society is critical. And then be vocal about those issues. Yesterday, the NYDA was here, and the reports that were given were not so impressive insofar as the work that they're doing that is meant to actually help young people. And I was really hoping that young people were going to take that board member of NYDA head on yesterday for them to account, because they are given budgets. How do we attain 4IR and all of that? Yeah. Let it be our interest as young people to also be vocal insofar as the education system and the content thereof. You know, when I used to do research in my master's, the doctors in the house and academics, there was this study around the teams, the trend in international maths and science studies, as well as the pearls, the progress in international reading and literacy study and all of that, and even SACMAC. All of these studies were telling us one thing, that our young people in the schooling system cannot read for meaning, and they struggle with arithmetics. So we need to be very concerned insofar as the system as a whole and the content. I think I've, in my presentation, spoken about some of the issues like this one of AI and digital skills and all of that, to say that our black schools and working class communities, these subjects are not offered. They are only offered for affluent schools, which in the main cater for a particular race. As young people, they were supposed to be unity on that across the political spectrum to demand that we want computer labs in all of our schools, that these technical subjects that are the future that will be producing AI and all of that, that they are there. Then the last two is that, for me, it's just about embracing AI. If I'm now having a business, as I've said, that young people must have businesses, how can I be able to use AI as a tool to enhance my business and all of that? And not necessarily it being a threat of taking anybody's job and all of that. Then the last one, corruption. Somebody spoke. We must deal with corruption. Anywhere and everywhere where it rises its ugly head, no matter if it's our leaders or anybody associated with our parties, we must deal with corrupt individuals ruthlessly, because they are stealing from us and our futures as young people. And then the state intervention, particularly it goes back to the issue of that unity I spoke about. Because when you see China, what they did, and I think for them to also, I think, reach the levels that they did, those Asian countries, they first and foremost were able to decolonize. When you look at the structure of the ownership patterns, who's owning? Most of them, they are one-party states, some are democratic and all of that, but the state plays a decisive role in the economy. These Chinese cars that come, we were having this conversation last night. Yes, Prince, or Cherry, or Beijing, and all of these Chinese cars that are here. Do you know that almost 50% of your ownership is owned by the Chinese state? So that's the issue. Our problem is that you've got this concentration of wealth of the productive forces in the hands of the few. And that is where you need the political will and the unity of the black parties to change that. It goes.
Thank you. Sir.
Yes, yeah, it's true. I sell them. If you want a Chinese car, I sell them. Chinese cars. Yes, I have a dealership. I have dealerships. I sell them. So if you want one of them, Cherry or Moda, I can sell it to you. Yeah. That's real business. That's how you change lives. Tebucho, where is he? Okay. You see, and I'm very relaxed about it, Tebucho. It doesn't matter. You and I can have a long debate about my qualifications or lack of qualifications, but the fact is there are, where is, Tebucho, there. The fact is there are driverless cars. You can't change that reality. The fact is, jobs are going to be taken away by machines that can think and do work better than human beings. Actually, they are being taken away in the world already. Do you want me to recommend some books for you to educate yourself more? Yeah, take notes, please. Read this book by Kishori Mabubane, Has China Won? Go read that book. It will tell you how AI is already taking jobs. So I'll leave it at that. If you want my qualifications, they are public, no problem. I've studied political science at Rhodes University. By the way, Dr. Mzileni,
He's over there.
Number two, you see, there's someone who asked about government, this side. It's an important question, by the way. See, this thing of talking as black people that we are disempowered, you know, a lot of people are talking about black people who are disempowered. I want to, you see, me, I'm not afraid to be unpopular. I want to tell you something nobody is telling you. Do you know an institution called the PIC, Public Investment Corporation? It is the biggest fund in Africa. It is the biggest fund in Africa, controlling more than 2 trillion rands. Do you know who runs it? Black people, the black government. Did you hear that? We have a fund there is no company in South Africa that has got the type of money that is controlled by the black government. You know what that fund is supposed to do? It's supposed to help black people establish businesses and grow them and create employment. In other words, it's supposed to empower black people. So this idea that we black people are not empowered, we don't have instruments, it's actually wrong. We do have instruments. The question is, are we using them to empower ourselves? The answer is no. Those who are in power are not. So you ask, what must we do? We must change our politics to ask those who are controlling power on our behalf. We have the instruments to improve our lives, to say, what are you doing with the power that you have? That's what I mean by changing discourse. Third, unemployed. Here is the thing. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You studying different things here. I will not tell you what tomorrow you must wake up and do in order to save your job. No. But what I can advise you to do is this, is to inform yourself more about future trends. And as you inform yourself more, please place AI at the center of your information-seeking project and find out how it will affect your specific profession. Do yourself a favor. The books are there. I can recommend a whole list if you want. If you go to the internet, and we live in the internet age, information is just there. You can go. I read voraciously around the subject because I want to understand how it will affect even myself as a person. So just go read. The last part. Who has wronged? This is the political part. We must forget about who has wronged us. We become very energized about politics, inverted commas. Here is the thing. Listen to this. The World Bank says China, over the past 4 decades, that is 40 years, has lifted 800 million of its citizens out of poverty. It is the World Bank. It's not the Chinese who are telling us this. It is the World Bank. In 4 decades, China has lifted 800 million of its people out of poverty. This is not an allegation, by the way. It's a statistic. And if you go to China, here's I have, you see the evidence of development. Now, this is where I'm going. Did they do it because they forgot their history? No. Let me tell you, the Chinese are very jealous in protecting their heritage, their history. You go to their libraries, there are books and books about their history. So I am not saying we must forget our history. I am saying we must never forget that at the end of the day, we need to eat. This is extremely important. The last point, and this is the last point, even if I don't speak after this. Listen to this. This is provocative. But you as students here, students must think, and this is the homework I'm giving you. In the US, in America, today, the Indians in America constitute 1.6% of America's population. They are 5.1 million. Whites constitute 60.5% of the population in America. They are 203 million. Do you know which race group is the richest in the US? It's Indians. Check out. The Indians in America, they are the richest race in America. They don't own land. You know who owns land? White people in America own 98% of America's land, but they're not the richest. Why and how does it come about? How does it come about that those who own land in America, 98%, are not the richest? Those who don't own land are the richest. How does it come about? That's the homework. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for that. Because of time, we won't be able to take the second round, but I'm going to give you a minute each to close off.
Fine.
You're done. Twala, closing off.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, can we come down, please?
Yeah, no, I think also I've touched on what I wanted, and I think as we step off Papayisa, is that young people, you are the future, and nobody can stop you. And I think I've said this in the point that they can never be a tomorrow without a yesterday. Know yourself, know who you are, know where you come from, know your roots, celebrate your heritage, your culture as African people. Let's capacitate ourselves as young people. We have an opportunity to be in an institution of higher learning. Let's ensure that we maximize the opportunities that are presented to us. Let us be creative, let us be innovative. Let's not be scared of technological developments. Let's embrace them to better our situation and that of the families that we come from. Let us not, when we also graduate from here, we forget about the communities that we come from. Let's go back, let us give back. But ready or not, the future is yours as young people. Take charge. Thank you.
Sure. Can we please give them a round of applause as they walk up on stage? Thank you very much. You guys can proceed. Yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're left with 5 more items. Calm down. Relax. Relax. There's no rush in Africa. We're very calm people. We're very energized. Viva. In my language, which is this Xhosa, it's very important to say thank you and to sum up things. We've been here for 2 days, raising the temperature of the room, that I think we've developed even now antibodies to deal with the cold inside the room. But to then assist us in providing closing remarks and with the way forward, before I get off the stage, is to then call Ndate China to come and do closing remarks. Ndate China, over to you. Can we please clap for him?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I know I'm standing between this item and lunch, but I will be as quick as possible. First and foremost, colleagues, let me appreciate and thank the university executive, management, in particular the VC, Professor Pamela Dube, as well as really thanking our executive director in the Vice Chancellor's office, Dr. Choice Maketa, and let me thank our guest speakers. Ndade Prince Mashele, Me Lukanyo Nie, Ndade Wandisile Sibezo, Miss Yolokazi Mfoto, Me Pel Pile, Dr. Pedro Mzileni, Ndade Buntu Mnyaka, Re Letabo Tlhapane, Ndade Sibusiso Twala, for really making sure that you had fruitful discussion, for ensuring that you occupy your own space as young ones. And at the center of this development is for you to occupy the necessary space that exists. I must indicate that part of our guest speakers is to ensure that they add value towards your own development. They really took their own time. They did not even cost the university a cent. And that's a youth agency that we need to have and inculcate, so that whatever skill that you are having, how do you then translate it to change the life of ordinary people that you live in? And they are living the very same. They lead by example. And they show that indeed, they don't just become theoretical, but they are pragmatic. They live towards deconstructing colonization. And it is within that context I will quickly run. What is central is that you as youth, you need to remain knowledgeable, up to date, responsive, and innovative. You need to acquire relevant skills. You need to network accordingly. Wherever you see element of corruption, your role is to ensure that you play agency of societal transformation at the center of it. in a very, very Afrocentric approach, that the continent, as you think continentally. We are charged that, Dr. Sebake, and I need to thank you too for really bringing this kind of arena of ideas, deliberation, where youth were able to raise issues that really haunt their existence and their future. That in that context, we are assigned to ensure that our students are exposed to their own continent beyond South African borders. And that exchange program, we'll have to make it a practical reality, so that we are able to interact with reality within our own continent as we decolonize how we relate with our own space. The issue of African solidarity is central to that. Know where you are coming from, know where you are, so that you are relevant to your own society. Understand the challenges that confront your society. You are young and energetic. You are privileged to be in our space. You are privileged to be in post-school education system of South Africa. Majority of the young ones, they never had that particular opportunity, but play that critical role. And I think there has been reference to the philosophy of Bantu Stephen Biko. Black consciousness is central to that. You are expected to ensure that you acquire as much as possible knowledge. Attached to that, ensure that you are equally multi-skilled in different areas that will make you as individual self-sustainable and be relevant and responsive to both social and economic challenges that are confronting us. To change your own material condition. I really don't want to take you long. However, I just want to indicate that these deliberations invoked topical issues. As Dr. Sebake indicated, you raised issues as raw as they are, and the theory that has been displayed and pragmatic approach, yours is to ensure that you internalize it. You internalize it accordingly to change the way you've been perceiving the world out there. But change it so that you are equally mentally liberated from the bondages of Eurocentric tendencies. I think all these things are done within the context of understanding African Agenda of 2063 to change Africa, so that Africa is not going to be the same again. I want to thank you all and thank our beloved student leadership from Solplaatje, student leadership from UOFS, student leadership from Motheo TVET, student leadership from Bloemfontein and Welcome campus of CUT. Most especially, you as ordinary students to make time and be here with us. This was a module on its own. It was a political science, sociology, economics on its own. And we really appreciate that, as Dr. Sebake indicated. And let me thank as well colleagues from Student Affairs who made their time to be with us and are still with us. And I really, Dr. Sebake, appreciate the fact that the executive director of Student Affairs was with us from the word go until the last moment of this particular mountainous project. We want to reconfirm through you, that is Dr. Sebake, that this is going to be annual event. This is going to be part of the university calendar. And we are looking forward for that. Over and above, thank you very much. Have a great day. Siamo, if you can announce logistics through you, program director. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is simple. What's going to happen during our lunch period? Nah? Okay, all right. Thank you. So we are having 3 stations. The first station is for our keynote speakers who will be eating in the hotel school. So they will be using this exit. And then there are marshals that will take you that side. And then we also have our guests from different institutions. They will also exit here. We have people who have RSVP'd as well. They will exit here. Then the rest of the students will remain in here. Our marshals, just like yesterday, we will have a queue, ne? We will take all our lunch packs down there, and then we exit Petroski. We are done, Mr. Facilitator. All right. Okay.